Hi, everyone. This is a new stream where we get to start talking about ARK, the new project that I am building for, to kind of help people, give people ideas about, help people do random or acts of random kindness. And hopefully, you're going to find this useful. You're going to find this kind of a good learning experience for you. But also at the same time, if you want to participate, I saw like, and I really appreciate the amount of people that reached out, really on most of social media platforms, asking how they can help and whatnot. There will be certainly opportunities and issues that I want to open in the ARK project, to kind of for people to come in and help. We definitely need a designer. So if you have a, you know, if you have a good skill set and you like to design things, we definitely want to kind of visualize how that mobile and web app would look like. That would be awesome. But if you just want to sit, and watch and kind of enjoy the learning experience and being part of something bigger, you're definitely welcome. So ARK, just for people who didn't watch the first stream, Acts of Random Kindness, it's a free open source mobile application. We can port it to web later, but mainly mobile application that will kind of help people get a new idea of how to be kind every day. Something as simple as, I don't know, feed a hungry person, say thank you to someone, say to someone, have a nice day. The beautiful thing about kindness is that it's limitless, right? You can do a lot of kind things every day. And kind of building a community, a global community around, doing something kind every day and giving people that kind of opportunity to just look at your phone or get a notification, and it basically says, "Hey, have you tried saying you are great or you're doing great to someone today? Have you tried kind of dedicating some of your time to a shelter or to feeding some hungry people, or just taking the chance or the time to help a neighbor, with something that maybe they wanted to fix something and they just don't have the time, or they don't have the energy or they don't have the money to fix it, and you just go out there and fix it for them. The ideas are infinite, and what's beautiful about this project is that it's like what I like to say, like multi-purpose, multifaceted project, because in one side you get to basically learn about programming, learn about how to develop an API and a mobile app and test drive it and really build it as an enterprise application. That's one side. The other side is you're building something amazing that will help actual people, whether they know programming or not. You're building something that people get to kind of, be influenced by it and do something nice with it. But last and not least, the learning experience, right? Like, it's open source. So the project, if you take a part of it, right, it's always going to stay on your record, right? You've always been a volunteer in this one big massive project called ARK that basically helps people have better and beautiful ideas. For those who also haven't watched the stream, just a quick recap, okay? That's your quick kind of Netflix recap to kind of from season one. What we're what we're really doing is basically building. Let me kind of share my screen here. Share screen. There you go. What we're really doing, let me find a better, is this better? Yeah, this is way better. We're basically building a mobile app, and the app will basically, at the top, just the idea of it will basically say, do something amazing today, right? Whatever that amazing thing is, just do it, right? So in here, you're basically saying, help a neighbor today, right? Something super big, generic, lets you interpret what that means and how you want to help your neighbor today. Okay, so that's kind of phase zero of it. Phase zero is like, help a neighbor today. Great, that's what I'm doing, right? And I need to choose, what that helping of that neighbor would look like. Great, but then in the second phase of it, like the second iteration of it, we will have people kind of post about their experiences. What did they do today? How did they help a neighbor today? So you get to have people kind of posting in here, right? And saying, hey, well, I actually helped my neighbor today and I feel so good. There was this thing that they needed help with and whatnot. And then later on in later iterations, I want to have people kind of add videos. So it's a social kind of application, but it's kind of centered and focused mainly around kindness. So you kind of people can post like a video like this. So the purpose is help a neighbor, and then you get to see all these people from everywhere participating with you into doing that really nice good thing, right? And you get to see like how you are now bigger, a part of a bigger community, that is focused on kindness. And why this is important for everyone is because I can guarantee you this: no matter how hard you work and whatnot, the the success, whatever success you're in, whatever benefit you have, whatever goodness you have today, happened because someone have chosen to be kind to you directly or indirectly in one way or another, right? Like don't expect that everything you have today, or any benefit you have today, or any advantage you have today, have come from absolute effort from you. No, that's not true. There's always someone that decided to be kind and wanting nothing in return, right? And therefore you have been successful, and therefore you have this kind of advantage or benefit or whatever the case may be. Okay, now let's get to the software part. Okay, so this is the idea. The app will give you an idea for an ARK, act of random kindness, every day. And then you will see it on your phone and it'll be like, oh, let's go do that. That's phase 0. And then phase 1, let's post about it. Let's have people create accounts and be able to log in. Like the first iteration, there's no login, right? Because there's no interaction. You're just getting the message and that's it. It's kind of a mono one-way street thing. But then the second iteration is that where you get to kind of post about it. Okay, now you're logged in and you're posting about it. And then the third iteration where we get to have people kind of, post videos and whatnot. We may or may not have kind of emojis like the ARK itself, so people can leave kind of emojis about, well, I'm really happy about this, or I'm really sad about this, or I really like this, but I can't afford it, I can't do it. Whatever the case may be, we can put voting up and down. The application, a good sign of a good kind of application or a good idea is that it continues to give birth to more ideas, right? If you really want to know that you are up to something good, every time you think about that idea that you want to build, you're gonna get new ideas, right? And that's exactly what's happening with ARK here is basically all centered around, well, this is an idea, and every time I think about this idea, I get new ideas, I get new features, I get new capabilities, which is amazing. Now, dear software engineers everywhere, when you start an idea or a project or whatever the case may be, remember that it's very easy to fall down the rabbit hole, right? The rabbit hole is the hardest part about this. If you fall down the rabbit hole and you start thinking, oh, I want to build the world in a day, right? Just know for a fact that's one of the kind of issues that a lot of software engineers have when they start building a project. They think, I want to build a spaceship, but they don't even have a scooter first, right? You want to start with a scooter, start with a bicycle, turn it into a motorcycle, maybe a car, maybe, a spaceship in the future. But you have to start gradually, right? If you don't start gradually like that, like even the universe tells you that. Look at the sunrise and the sunset and the gradual action of the sunrise and the sunset. Everything happens gradually. If you just kind of shove it like that and be like, I'm gonna have the best app from day one, it's unrealistic. It's eventually gonna be abandonware because you're gonna abandon it because you're not gonna keep up with it, and then eventually you lose market and you lose the idea of having people actually grow with you as you're building something in public. So just remember that part. It's super important piece, and that's what I do these streams for, is to allow you to kind of get these life lessons in the midst of building a software, in the midst of building an application. So let's just do this now. You want to build a mobile app, so we probably should have a plan. Like, what's the architecture for that mobile app is going to look like? Well, we did talk before in the last session about building an API and building a front end like a mobile app. Let's see what we can do there. Well, from a high level perspective, you need to have a plan. So the high level architecture is to have a database and a simple API. And this project is intentionally simplified. I like simple things that work. And a lot of people kind of look at it and they say, yeah, this is an amazing thing. I can build this. I can relate to this, right? There's no complication. I'm not gonna put you in some complicated, crazy world. No, no, it's really as simple as it sounds. an API, and then a mobile app, right? But what is inside that API? Because that's what we're going to build. That's where we're starting. This guy right here. Let's put it in orange color, so you know that that's where we're starting. How do you design an API, right? How do you think about the API? There's this thing called the standard, and the standard says if you can break things into threes and threes, eventually you're going to end up with a system that you can maintain. What we really want when we build an API, the first thing you want to build is the model, right? So if I pick up a class in here, like what is the data model that I'm going to be working with? The data model that I'm going to be working with here is called ARK, right? An act of random kindness, like the project, it's just called ARK. And the model is basically having three things. It has an ID, it has a date, because we want to specify which date this ARK is supposed to be published in, right? If you want to basically allow people to have ideas about random acts of kindness or acts of random kindness, you want to say what date it is. So on Tuesday, we're going to share this particular ARK. On Wednesday, we're going to share another ARK, and whatnot. And of course, the most important part about this ARK is, the act itself. So I'm just going to say, content. I'll just say content, just to keep it generic like that. I don't want to kind of specify what it is and whatnot. I thought about maybe say the act. Let's say the act. So ID, date, act, right? Because it's an act of random kindness. So what is the act that you want me to do? It's very useful to identify your data type. So this is a GUID. This is a date time offset. I'll tell you why date time offset very soon. And then this is just an open string. Like when you build a max varchar, like how the entity framework gives you these ideas, it can take up to 2 gigs of data. Just for your awareness, like the entity framework will change this to what? Varchar max, something like that. That varchar max can take up to 2 gigs before the database says enough, right? Is there anything else I need to add to this model? I don't think so. Like I have a date and an ID that uniquely identifies this ARK, and then I have an act, right? Someone might say, well, if it's one ARK per day, why don't you let the date be your unique identifier? Yeah, we could, but if we decide to have multiple ARKs in multiple regions, depending on the same date, I think that model will be able to support us. But I'm trying to keep myself, again, the same thing that I warned you not to do. Now, see, I'm falling in it myself. I'm basically saying, well, but what if we want to do this on that? Well, stay in the here and the now. That's the biggest part about the architecture and how you build it. Okay, so this model, we want to store this model in a database. So we need a storage broker. Watch this. We need ARK storage broker. So we need a storage broker that will save these ARKs in the database. Okay, fantastic. And I want to have a service called an ARK service. So this is ARK service, like that. And this service will basically have a method that says retrieve ARKs or retrieve all ARKs. And then we need an ARKs controller, like that. And this ARKs controller will have OData enabled. And you have never heard of OData. That's a great opportunity for you to kind of learn about OData. But that's not enough. I need to define the methods that are underneath this guy. Okay, so what are the methods here? Well, in here, this is a method, right? And the method input type, there is no input. So I don't have to, I don't have to define anything, but the name of the method is select all ARKs. Okay, that's the exact name of the method, select all ARKs. And we probably need to be like case sensitive here because that's really select all ARKs async, like that. Okay, what does this method return? What's the output of this method? The output is I query a value task, right, of, need more space here. Here you go, value task of I queryable of ARK. That's the output of it. Is there anything else? I don't think so. That's all that we have. We have a name and we have an output, right? Is there an input? Nope, there's no input because it's just selecting all the ARKs that you have in your system. Okay, so that's how I'm architecting my solution, right? I'm saying there's a method in here and that method looks like this. Okay, what about this one? This one here will basically have the same thing. The name is retrieve all arcs, retrieve all arcs. Someone might say, Hassan, why did you say select here but retrieve there? Well, retrieve is the language for services, right? The business language. Select is the broker language. The standard really emphasizes on the idea that your application or your system has to have DNA in it. So when you're talking to a controller, just by looking at the method, you know immediately that you are in a controller zone, you are in a service zone, or you are in a dependency, a broker or a client zone, or an adapter, or whatever people call it, right? Okay, and it returns the same thing, fantastic. And then the ARK's controller, which is the API, well, we have a method in here, like this. We have a method in here. And this method is going to be called, watch, get all arcs async. Here it is. Get all arcs async. So that's the method. But there's more to it. The output is this, but the endpoint, the route, right? The route of this, because this guy has more details in it, is going to be API slash arcs. Okay, and then last thing here is configurations, configs, OData enabled. So you're basically, I just basically defined the specification. And this specification, like if you're a tech lead and you want to define how things are supposed to work, you have to specify it on paper like that. Well, technically on paper, on this, board, basically, you have to say, this is the method, this is what I expect, this is what we call low-level architecture, or LLA, low-level architecture, right? Because if you define the low-level architecture like this and you say, this is how my flow is going to work, right? Now it's going to be so much easier for you to go and say, okay, I know what I need to implement, right? I know what I need to build in here to make sure that this works. All right. And of course, this is going to be test driven. We're gonna evolve with this project. I got all day for you today. So I got my tea, I got my water. We're going to be hanging out for a while today. Okay. Now let's go implement this, right? We want to build the infrastructure, want to build all the details, but I just want you to kind of take a second to kind of look at this, because you can't just see that architecture anywhere else yet. I mean, you can always pause the video, but this is really what we're building, right? Today, an endpoint, a service, and a broker, and that's like the bare minimum. These are like the building blocks. If you understand this and you go through this video with me, you're going to be able to build a lot of things, because 25 years now in this industry, and I'm still building foundations, services, controllers, and whatnot. So you're going to need this a lot, I promise you, especially if you're new in this industry. Okay, great. Now let's start a new project in Visual Studio. That's the exciting part about this. And just be mindful of the naming conventions. Be mindful of all the little details. So here we go. Here, this guy, and then I want to build an ASP.NET Core Web API that can run on Mac, it can run on Linux, it can run whatever you want it to run. And then what's the solution name, right? Like, well, the solution is called ARK. The solution itself is called ARK, but the project itself is Core API. So ARK.Core API, and the solution itself is just called ARK, just like that. Okay, I have a feeling we're gonna run into a problem with the naming convention. We'll see. We're gonna have to find because if your namespace says ARK and you're trying to name a model ARK as well, I think you're gonna run into a problem. But let's just see. Okay, so I'm creating this guy new. It's gonna be running on .NET 9. I don't want to run it on Aspire. I don't want to use top level statements. I don't want any of that stuff. None of that stuff you should do. You just start very vanilla C#.NET. Here we are. Pop the screen out because it's a completely different thread. Here we go. Okay. If the screen is not clear to you, please, people watching, I know we have a lot of people watching now, on different networks. If the screen is not clear to you and you can't see the stuff here on the right, please tell me no. Let me know earlier rather than later, so I can figure out a way to make this visible to you. Especially if you are on your phone. If you're watching me on a 4K TV, please, of course you can see everything. You can see everything, right? But if you're on a phone, please let me know in the chat. Okay, now let's clean things up. I don't want that wither. Like usually, what comes out of the box is like wither stuff and whatnot. I don't want any of that, right? Um, the the initiation of an API project takes a little bit of time because there's this new kind of way. There's no startup.cs, so you're gonna lose that. I'm gonna take out most of these things. Let me just show you how I'm gonna clean up or initialize an API project. It's very important also that you know that you have to break your steps step by step. Like you can't just build the whole world in a day. You want to allow other people, like the smaller the amount of deliverables that you make, the faster it's going to be for you to be able to participate and have people join in, instead of you just keeping everything on your local machine. And then whenever you're ready, could be a month from now, people now can see your code and participate. That's not very productive, right? You want to break your deliverables into smaller pieces and then proceed this way. Now, here's some things that I see with the template that I don't like, right? For starters, I don't know what the type of this guy is, so we probably want to define that type. I think it's called a web application builder. Okay, let's just call it this, web application builder. I don't like it when code goes over the method name. It makes it very hard. People have to go right and left like this to read. So kind of don't make your method has a belly. Like see, the belly is basically if you do like this, now your method's starting to have a belly, starting to look weird. So clean that up. And then the same thing with the app. This guy returns what? It returns a web application. We should probably call it a web application. Instead of app, we should probably stay true to the name and call it an actual web application like that. So it's just code cleanup kind of things. If a line of code is more than 2 lines attached to each other, you should probably separate it from the one-liners. See, I'm giving you like the coding standard as we go. The same thing here. This is called a web application builder. We should probably call it the application builder like that, right? And then keep it this way. And look, when I change the name, watch this, web application builder. If I do control period in Visual Studio, it should allow me to rename. Wait, what? It didn't let me rename this thing. Hold on a second. Let's do this. You'll see it kind of highlight. See, web application builder. Do you see that little dotted kind of thing? And if you click enter and rename, it's perfect, right? Ahmed says he's on phone. Ahmed, can you see the code right? Does it look good on your phone? Let me know. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in. Like on my screen, it's massive. So I hope you can see it, especially the project tree on the right, because I'm trying to kind of initialize the project. So hopefully that's visible to you. I think everything else looks fine, right? You have the application builder, you have everything. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Like just name things the way they are instead of just saying app and it's actually web application. What kind of app? We don't know. The other thing that I do with these projects is that like the normal template, it comes with nullable, enabled, and implicit usings enabled. I disable both of these. I just take them out. Why? Because the nullability check, it's business logic and it needs to be checked, right? And the implicit usings, meaning that you're not looking at all the things you need at your code base level. Like, see, all of these things were hidden, right, from your screen. So if all of these things are hidden from your screen and you're looking at just this block of code, you don't have the whole story. That's what I don't like about these implicit usings. And maybe that's just old school me just doing that. But if I can't see the whole screen, if I can't see the full image of what I'm looking at, like if I copy this code and just share it with someone and there are all these missing usings, trust me, it's gonna bite you later because some types are the exact same name in different packages, right? So which package is it, right? Like if you, for instance, if you look at the Newtonsoft JSON package, right, and the Microsoft Serializer JSON package, our names are exactly the same. So which one is it? I don't know. The code is not telling me that story anymore. The last thing I want to add to this when I'm initializing a new project is to basically be able to add a copyright. The copyright is basically just the standard community, the coalition of good-hearted engineers. I can find that anywhere. Like I think it's in the OpenAI project. Let me go steal it from somewhere. It's just us basically saying we are a coalition of engineers. We're building this for goodness. We really don't want anything in return. There it is. Copyright, the standard organization, a coalition of good-hearted engineers. And this organization is non-structured organization. We're everywhere, right? People that love the standard, they love to work with the standard, and they like to build things that are useful for humanity. Is there anything else I need to do here? I don't think so. The only thing that I usually add with the initialization of a new API project is just a dummy controller called the home controller. And I'm going to tell you why this home controller is super important. So I'm going to call it home controller like that. And this home controller, what it basically, oh, by the way, when you add the copyright once, just once to your Visual Studio, if you do control period, add file header, it will find it and add it for you. So you don't have to copy paste all the time. It just doesn't make sense for you to do all that all the time. If you do control KE, it will clean up, oh, control KE like that. It will clean up the additional usings. Do you see that additional using ASP.NET Core HTTP? Control KE cleans up for you. It's pretty good. The more you use the keyboard and not have to go back to the mouse back and forth, the faster you are when you are building systems. Okay. Why did I build this controller? This home controller, the purpose of it is to basically tell you that your service is alive and well. So it's like a version basically thing. So public, what is it called? The task result, I action result, string, get, something like that. And then I'm basically returning, okay, hello, Mario, the princess is in another castle. It's kind of a humorous thing that I'm doing to kind of, just say, oh, my API is up and running. It's a way of saying your API is up and running. But later on, we're going to use this little guy to know whether our API is actually alive or not. It doesn't require authentication. It doesn't require authorization. It doesn't require anything. All it does really is just kind of hit the API, and you're basically looking at that API and you're saying, oh, the API is running. Let's verify that though. So if I click run, does it actually do that? Let's find out. Actually, there's a cooler way of doing this. I'm going to do that for a second. Instead of running like that, let's see. So if I go to ASP.NET Core, there is a view here that will kind of show you all the available endpoints. Yeah, Endpoint Explorer. Watch this guy, Endpoint Explorer up here. And it's saying, hey, you have this home thing going on, which is great. Now, I want to add this as a request. So I'm just going to right click, generate a request. So it just generated that request for me. Now here's where it gets even better. I can run it. I can literally run this guy, but I'm not sure that would it let me run it just by clicking on, let's do this. Let's go to, oh yeah, it has send request. Perfect. So instead of using Postman and all that kind of stuff, just hit that guy. See here. Yeah, send request. There you go. Look at this. So it just responded to my request, said, hello, Mario. The princess is in another castle. I don't have to leave Visual Studio, right? Visual Studio is just going to give you the SQL navigation. It's going to give you the API integration, the cloud management. Everything is sitting in this massive integrated development environment. So this is how I know that this is up and running. Great. So this is what I just did in itself is just one task. That's just one task of me going and saying, hey, this is working. Let's go and initialize a repository. So here's a git repo. There you go. And then this repository name is ARK001.API. That's the repo name. So now as soon as I click this and I'm going to make it public, I'm going to add a README, get ignore template, default Visual Studio, license template. Oh, by the way, we have our own license now. We have the standard software license. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it in a second when we start adding it. But for the time being, okay, so even from Visual Studio, you can even create the pipelines and really create everything else in between. We're going to verify that it created it in a second. So if I go into my repositories, give me a second here, repositories. Let me share my repositories here with you. Share screen. There you go. And then there it is. Stop front and center right there. So now if you go here, you'll see the API has been initialized, and we have the home controller. It has all that beautiful thing. Great. Okay. Christian says, do I need a configuration to use that? Like to use the API Explorer? I don't think so. You don't need a configuration for that. It's out of the box. I don't do anything special with my IDE. I don't add anything, none of that JetBrains stuff. You know, I do use JetBrains on Linux, but I don't add that writer stuff into my IDE. It's literally download, install, and run. You know, I try to stay true to the actual native product. So when I'm streaming about things like these, you actually know you can try it yourself and it works for you without you having to do too much configuration. Try to stay true to that particular piece. Okay, so we created that. We initialized an API project. What's the next thing that I want to do? I want to start initializing a unit test project. A unit test project, because this is test driven. This is truly test driven project. So I'm going to go here and create a new project. I'm going to look for unit tests. So unit tests. We are looking for XUnit. So .NET unit test project. There's the out of the box. I want the XUnit. Let me just type XUnit then. I like XUnit more than the Microsoft test one, but I hear that it had a lot of good improvements. So maybe it'll work. Okay. What's the name? It's going to be ARK.core.api.tests.units. Okay, that's the name of the project. It's a namespace. We should probably leave it plural like that. Here's your unit test project. We're going to do the exact same thing with the unit test project. We're going to modify it later, but you see I'm evolving and growing with the project as we go. So this is a disable that nonsense, nullable and implicit usings, just like we said earlier. And for the initialization of your unit test project, the first thing you want to do here is to basically make sure that it works, right? Does your unit test project work? Because it's a new project, I'm going to go here and add this little guy. And then I'm going to say delete me. Delete me is basically just me putting a placeholder and something that can test the pipeline that would verify that the unit test and the pipeline is working as it's expected. That's all. That's the only purpose of it. There's nothing more to it other than just a particular piece. And the test here is just say should be true. And it's literally just going here and saying assert true value or condition true. Too long for the screen. Let's take that guy down one here. There you go. Right? So the purpose of that very first test is to make sure that your pipeline is picking up when you do CI/CD. You want to make sure that your pipeline is picking up these tests and actually running them and reporting a status update. Let's first verify that this is true. So I'm going to go up in here and go and say the test, run all tests. Here you go. And where's the result? If you look at the test explorer, there it is. That's your test result, right? Like that, right there. So that basically means you have initialized your unit test project successfully and properly as you're supposed to. You can also run your unit test project by going to this package explorer and just doing .NET test, I think. That should pick it up. Why that's important? Because sometimes the IDE, I don't know, it's caching something, especially with you're working on bigger projects, like you have 4,000, 5,000 unit tests. Sometimes the IDE will bug out. So how do you find out that your tests are actually running? Always keep that in the back of your pocket. .NET test, .NET run, go native, go to the command line and move forward from there. Okay. Okay, so we initialized our unit test project. We're going to add more things to it later, like mock and all these things. But for the time being, this is all that I have, right? Now, let's start learning about branches, right? How do you create a branch? We usually type users and then your username on GitHub and infra, because this is an infrastructure task, and then initialize unit test project. You can't see it here because StreamYard is not picking up, but you're going to be able to see it down there. Watch that little branch at the bottom here. Look, users / Hassan Habib / infra - unit test. That's a specific naming convention for creating branches. Please pay attention to that one. That one is very important, right? Let me kind of bring the screen. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I have a commit. The commit message itself needs to have a meaning. So it's infra initialize unit test project. right? Now, let me show you something super cool about this whole endeavor. If you have issues, if your project is driven by issues, like people are creating issues in the project and people are working on it, the reason why I'm not creating issues because I don't want anyone to pick up any issues. I really want to show people the entire build of this. But if you have an issue in your project, you can literally say closes and hash, and you just type in the number of your issue up at the top right. And believe it or not, as soon as your PR gets merged, your pull request gets merged, it will close the issue for you, right? We'll talk a little bit more about that later when I start bringing more people into the project and kind of start organizing and playing more of a leader than just a software engineer on the project. Right now, I'm just a software engineer on a project. I'll evolve my own role as well as we're developing this. So commit all and push. So I'm pushing this. It will allow me also to create the PR right here in Visual Studio. I told you Visual Studio is amazing. Amazing tool. I'm creating the pull request right here. If I open up that pull request, you'll be able to see it. Watch this. So I created everything from Visual Studio. That's one of the superpowers. You know, Syed, whatever you are, Syed Hashimi, you know, the leader for the Visual Studio, you know, team. Amazing work right there. So watch this. This is I created all this from Visual Studio, right? Now, because we don't have any build pipelines yet, you know, that the project is just going to go through, but of course we're going to set up rules and whatnot. The naming convention is what I care about right now. Okay. Okay, so we merged that PR. I'm merging my own PRs here for now, but the purpose is just to show people how things work. I have an API and I have a unit test project. It's now probably a great time for us to go and build the pipeline, the plot pipeline for this project. So every time a new pull request is created, it's going to kick off the pipeline and run the unit tests. Why that's important? Because if someone pushed code that breaks the build, meaning that there are tests that are failing, we can never allow them into your main branch. Okay, that's the power of the unit test. The unit test will basically say, stop right there. Someone have made changes that caused your application to be broken. And you need to engage immediately and see what caused that to happen. Okay, let's start doing that. Let's go back here to Visual Studio. Here's the solution. I'm going to switch back to the master main branch, and then I'm going to pull in latest, refresh, all good. I have my unit test project. Now let's build another project. This project now is going to be called, here you go, a new project. It's going to be a console application. It's just a very simple console application. It's going to be called ark.core.infrastructure.builds. Okay, you don't see it for some reason, but here we are creating that project, infrastructure build project. What is this project going to do? It's going to generate the YAML file. We're going to write C# code, plain and simple C# code that will generate YAML files for me. And these YAML files is basically, that YAML file is what's going to kick off the build in GitHub, right? We're just going to do first a couple of things that you've probably already have used to it. Disable, and I'm going to go to the program here. I'm going to add in the copyrights. If you do Windows V in your keyboard, it will find things you copied 3 things ago, like 3 copies ago. It's kind of it's like a memory, right? It remembers all the things that you copied. There is a little library that we're going to have to install in here. It's called a.net. It's a very nice library that we built together as a standard community. And the library will allow us to kind of write C# code that can generate YAML pipelines. I'll wait a second there. By the way, a little trick: if your NuGet package install is stuck like this, just go to another tab and come back, and it will get started. I don't know why that happens, but just a little trick for you. So you're just not sitting there waiting waiting for your waiting for your NuGet package to be installed. Just an advice, right? Okay, so infrastructure build, and what we want to do is that I want to build a pipeline. Now watch this. Here we go. So in the build in here, I'm going to start writing some C# code for this. So string build script path, right? That's the path where the build script is going to be generated. This is just a force of habit, and because I'm copying from somewhere else, but usually it's going to create a GitHub folder for you, and then workflows, and then .NET .yaml like that. So it basically knows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 spaces up, and then go to GitHub. That's at the project level, and then access the workflows, and then that's your .NET YAML. Okay. And where's the directory for this? Here's the directory path. That's the directory where your project is directory. So path get directory name, right? And that's the build script path for you. There you go. So just very simple. I'm saying I want to generate YAML file in my project, in my directory. Okay. If the directory doesn't exist, it should create it for us. We'll see. If it does exist, then fine. Now let's build a GitHub pipeline live in C#.NET. Now pay attention, because this is some magic for you. So GitHub pipeline builder, and then create new pipeline. See, I'm creating a new pipeline. I'm setting up the name for that pipeline. So this is the branch that I am, setting up the name for the pipeline. So this is ARK Core API build pipeline. You can name it whatever you want, right? I'll just say build. This is fine. Just keep it simple, right? And then I'm going to put some conditions, right? When do I want this pipeline to kick off? Well, I want this pipeline to kick off on push, like when something gets merged. We have a master branch instead of a main branch, so that's fine. And also on pull request. Watch this. Master branch, like that. Huge thanks to Mabruk Mahdi, by the way, because we used to have this as just a bunch of models, and he wanted to make it fluent AI as you're building it like this. So you don't have to remember. The beautiful thing about fluent APIs is that you don't actually have to remember what models you need to pass in. You're just clicking dot, and it's giving you options, and then dot, and then gives you options. Way better than just having a bunch of models flying around that you have to learn about. Okay. So what I'm basically saying is that I want to build a pipeline, and when the code is pushed, or when there's a new pull request opened, right, go ahead against that particular branch, which is master in our case, go ahead and kick off that pipeline. Okay, so what's the pipeline is going to be like? Watch this. I'm going to go ahead and say add job. So it's a bunch of jobs, right? And I'm going to start the build. Here you go, job, like this, right? And this job in here has a bunch of options to it, right? Let's give the job a name. So the first thing in the name for the job is to actually run the build, right? We need to do a restore and whatnot. We'll get to that piece. I think it comes out of the box with the build job itself. That's fine. We need to pull the code and then install .NET and then restore the code. These are the steps. Actually, it might kind of help if I kind of showed you this. Like, these are the steps that I want to do, right? So first, first you want to basically pull code. Okay, and then you want to install .NET, because you're doing all that on a VM, and the VM, you can't assume that this VM has anything in it, right? You're basically setting up an environment to build your code. And let me kind of do the focus. Yeah, there you go. What's the next thing I want to do? You're installing .NET, right? Okay, so I installed .NET, great. And then I want to go and basically restore NuGet packages. See, because your project has a bunch of NuGet packages in it. Even if you haven't necessarily personally installed something, the project already has, like this API, I didn't install anything in it, and it already has a package in it called Microsoft.NET ASP.NET Core Open API and whatever, right? Control minus will bring you back to where you were. So I did the restore, right? And then maybe I want to update the workload. Maybe I don't. It doesn't matter. You can have, whatever you want. But then as a generic step, you want to just do the build, right? So we did the build right here. That's fine. And then the last thing I want to do is run the test. Run tests. That's all what I want my pipeline to do. It's just basically run tests. You're going to add some configuration in it, whatever the case may be, and then just save, basically you save that to a file. So we're going to do these steps here, but in C#. And that's basically what your YAML is doing. Okay, so going back to this code, okay, let's do this over. So I am starting a new job that's called build, right? This is my adding my job, the build, and then there's a bunch of steps in it, right? Okay, this build, this job will run on, here we go, like this. Let me put it this way. It might look better this way. There you go. Runs on. Okay, what do you want to run this VM on? Do you want to run it on Windows? Do you want to run it on Linux? It matters, right? So I'm going to go here and say, what parameters does this guy take? It takes in a build machines dot Windows 2022, I think, or latest. Let's see. There you go. Build machines Windows. So I'm running it on Windows, just like that. And then I'm going to start adding a bunch of steps. This is where it gets interesting. Let's push that guy down here so you can just see what I'm doing. Okay, so let's add some steps. Add step. Add checkout step. So this is me pulling in the code. Okay, I'm going to call it checkout. Great. What else? I want to set up the .NET. Which .NET version do you want to do it? So add .NET, add setup .NET step. Here you go. So which .NET step? You can do it as a pre-release or post-release, whatever you want to do. The version, the only thing that's in this .NET version that you want to do is the version. If you're doing a pre-release, that's up to you. But if you're building a .NET 9, I think this should be enough. If you want to do a pre-release, you can do this, like pre-release true, right? That's when you're kind of trying with .NET 10 and all that kind of full stuff. Okay, so that's your pre-release. Great. I don't need a pre-release here because I'm using the final version. So I don't need that step. I'm just going to keep it like that. And then after that step, I want to add another step, right? So let's make the steps. So just check out okay, add. So here's another step for you, a restore step. Remember when I told you pull code, install.NET, restore, NuGet packages, just like that. Okay, and then after that, I want to add a build step. See how easy this is? Just add a build step. And then the last thing I want to do is to basically say add test step. And that test step will take a little bit of code. I copied that code because you're not supposed to remember it really off the top of your head. I think it's a lot of work, but here's the steps that we have here. So it's basically running a command, .NET test, verbosity, whatever. Personally, I think .NET test in itself is just more than enough, but here we are. Okay, all of that is your pipeline. You basically built your entire pipeline in C#.NET. Look how simple it is. If I'm not explaining it to you, it'll take like a minute, right? Let's clean up this junk here. I created the path, all of that, great. Now, I just want to save the file. So all of these things that I did, starting from here, if you want to go down here and basically say, after all this, go all the way back here and just say save to file. And that's the build path that we talked about earlier. What this C# code is going to do for you, it's going to do some magic for you. It's basically going to generate a .NET YAML file for you. You're going to see it in source control. And then you're going to be able to control and manage your .NET code, your build pipeline from here. The only thing that this code doesn't do for you is debugging, right? An issue that we were discussing in the standard community yesterday, which is, can I debug my pipeline before I actually put it out there so I don't have to go back and forth? I still didn't have the time to solve that problem, but it's definitely solvable. It's not like an impossible problem. We just need to think about it. It's not very hard to do what the pipeline is doing in terms of just literally generating like you're literally just generating a VM. It could be a Docker container. It could be a quick VM. It could be anything. And then you're running that pipeline inside that VM to do the stuff that it says it's going to do. And then you're testing whether it actually works or not. That's the idea of it. If someone out there has time and you want to do it, please, by all means, go ahead and do it. Okay, now let's run this guy. I'm just going to click run. That's all that I'm doing because it's really a console application. The only thing that it might not work in is that if the directory doesn't exist. So there you go. So let me just kind of verify that the directory exists. Let me go here and say if, right, directory path. This is for the directory path here. I want to go and say directory exists like that. And you're basically adding in the directory path is false. If it doesn't exist, then just go ahead and create it for me. So directory, create directory, directory path. I think that's the only thing that's missing here. We can always simplify this code. I feel like we can simplify this code, but huge thanks to Mabruk for kind of completely turning our pipeline into a fluent API based kind of approach. I think that's amazing. Okay, let's run this guy again and see if it works. It should generate a file for us. There you go. So technically that's done. If you want to verify, if you switch at the top right here, if you switch to the folder view, we should see an additional file in here. Folder view. Yeah, there it is. GitHub, look, workflows, .NET YAML. Look, that code that we just wrote together, it's all up here. How beautiful is that? You don't have to learn YAML. You don't have to worry about YAML. You just wrote C# code, and the C# code generated that fun stuff for you. And you're just running it, right? Let's see if it works, though. I mean, we wrote the C# code, but does it work? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's create a new branch. Users, Hassan, Habib, infra, pipeline, initialize in it. Let's do that. And then I'm going to go here and say infra, initialize, build pipeline. All right. And I'm intentionally pushing that YAML file with it. I don't have to touch YAML. I didn't write one thing in YAML. I'm going to create a pull request. Here we go. And then let's go see that pull request and let's see if it actually works. If you get out of this stream with just this one benefit, I think that's enough. That's like something that you can use today, I swear. Like, it's so beneficial that you don't have to learn an entirely new language just to kind of do the pipeline. Watch this. It looks like it picked up something. Do you see that additional thing that's showing up? It looks like it's doing exactly what we wrote in C#, the steps that we wrote in C# and asked it to do. Let's wait for that guy a second. We still didn't get to the serious stuff. We're just setting up a project. That's all I'm doing right now. There we go. You know, the restore and the setup is always the ones that take the longest, but because we haven't really added any libraries, and I've done that on purpose because it's a stream, I don't want just people sitting there just staring at the screen and we're just waiting. We're staring at each other basically. It should go much faster. We go. All right, so it restored the .NET. Now it's going to do the build, and it's going to run that one test that we wrote, and we wrote that test for that particular reason, for it to say, yes, you know, the tests run, I can see them. There you go. Running one test, and post job, complete job, we're done. Look at that. So we built an entire pipeline for a C#.NET application just like that. Okay, great. Let's merge that guy. Fantastic. Here it is. Okay, so we built API, unit test project, build project, and API. I think now is a great, great point to start actually writing the actual code. I mean, there's always acceptance tests and integration tests that we have to write, but we'll come back to that when we get to the controller. It makes a lot more sense, like as a chronological order, to kind of just build things as you need them. I even thought about, why would I build the unit test project right now if I am not writing services yet? I think the graduation of things and the build of things makes a lot more sense this way. But let's just do it. So I'm refreshing. So here's a whole project. You can actually find it on GitHub now as I'm building it. But now here comes the serious stuff. I want to create a database table that have this ARK model. Remember the ARK model that we talked about? That little ARK model that we talked about. I need to build a storage broker, and that storage broker will contain that ARK model that I have, right? Assuming it's not going to clash with the namespace of the entire project. And that ARK is going to have a unique identifier that's a GUID, and it's going to have a date in it, and it's going to have an act, and the act is basically what you should do, what you should say as an act of kindness. Remember, this is v0. This thing is going to scale like crazy. Like we talked about in the original vision, we talked about, like, our North Star is to basically be able to go and say, I want to add comments and I want to add videos and whatnot. I'll show you how you can really truly implement the principle of open for extension, closed for modification, truly through the model without modifying your existing model. So you're scaling your model. But if you have to roll out a new version of your model, it's very painful because you have to build the entire pipeline again. But we can figure that out later. We can definitely figure that out later. But really, what I want to do now is just basically create this model and create the database integration so this model can actually be generated as a database table in your project. How do I do that? Let's do it together. Here's Visual Studio. I'm going to go into my API project. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it models. And then under models, I'm going to create a folder called ARKs because it's the generic namespace. Like you have to have plural and then singular. And then under that, I'm just going to create that ARK thing. So this is ARK. There you go. Let's add copyrights. I'm actually surprised it let me do it. Should we do it all uppercase? Probably, because it's actually an abbreviation. Let's see if it'll let us. Yeah, it did. It's fantastic. I love it. And then prop, GUID, ID. There's been some talks. I've seen some talks about this new GUID that people have in the market. Like you don't have to use these GUID. There's like UUID 7 or something like that. You should definitely give it a look, but it's not important for me in here. Prop, date time, offset. So that's date time or date. You can also do date only. Watch this, date only. That's a new thing that you can use, but I usually just stick with date time offset. And then you have the last thing is the actual act, right? So that's the act itself, the act of kindness. That's it. Super simple model. It has an ID, it has a date, it has everything in it. Everything you need, right? Okay, now that we did this, we need to build a storage broker. And this storage broker will basically generate, it will use the entity framework to generate a database table for you. And I'm going to show you this database table shortly. So let's go up in here and create brokers. Brokers. And then storages. Storages like that. And let's initialize a new storage broker. So this is, we start from the interface, I storage broker like that. That's my storage broker. And that guy doesn't really have anything in it, but the partial classes underneath it will, right? And I'll tell you why that interface is very important for those who are learning C#.NET. So storage broker, there you go. And then inside that storage broker, I want it to inherit from something called DB context, EFDB context, but I don't have that because you need to install the entity framework stuff, right? So let's start with entity framework. What's the entity framework? Entity framework is basically something called ORM, Object Relational Model Library, that takes your C# code and turns it into SQL. Just like what we did with YAML when we basically built a C# code that got converted into YAML and now the pipeline knows how to talk to it. The entity framework is basically the same idea. You're basically writing C# code that gets transformed into SQL under the hood, and it talks to the database. So you don't have to worry about knowing SQL or being a database administrator, a DBA. I think these guys, are much lesser to find these days just because of these ORMs. Okay, I want the entity framework, and I don't want the preview one. That's the .NET 9. I want the entity framework, and I want a bunch of other things. I want the abstractions, I want the design, and the SQL Server. All of these guys basically. So All right, we're back. Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Can you all hear me? I should be back now. It's a little thing. It's a little number that my Arctis is doing. It's back. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know how long I've been without voice, but we're back. Okay. What I was saying is basically let's basically install that storage broker. I don't know how long I've been offline. Can anyone tell me, like, has it been 10 minutes, 2 minutes? Anyone? Like just dropped all of the sudden? Okay, everyone's confirming it's back now. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Okay, we're back online. Let's do the DB context thing. Okay, so there's the exceptions library, EF exceptions context, and this context basically wraps the call around your API. Oh, okay. So there's a, people are saying just 2 3 minutes. Okay, perfect. That's great. Okay, the stream is still going. See, the thing about these streams is that I can't edit them. So without your feedback, it'll not succeed. It'll not succeed. So thank you for letting me know. I appreciate you all. Thank you for that. Um, so what are we gonna do now, right? I want to allow, the storage broker. See that exceptions concept, or usually you would get something like DB context like this, like 99.99% of the people out there, they'll just say, oh, just add DB context, and that's all you need, right? But you see, the problem with that is that the exceptions that the entity framework library is throwing are not specific enough. Like, they won't tell you there's a duplication. They'll just say EF core exception and just leave you out there in the wild to kind of figure out what actually happened, right? I use this exceptions library to basically allow me to see specifically what actually happened. And based on what actually happened, I can build my service to react accordingly. So it can react properly according to this particular error, particular issue that happened in the system. So just remember that. That's the whole purpose of this exceptions library, is just a very thin, simple wrapper around the entity framework, right? And it basically just catches the exceptions and it turns them into, it's a super ancient library. I think it's probably over 4 years old or something like that. It's probably due for an upgrade, but it's definitely something you want to use if you want to build super, super awesome enterprise level systems. Okay. What else do I need here? I need the configuration. I need to know which database do I need to talk to, right? So read only I configurations, right? That's my configuration right here. And then I want to build a constructor. So if you do control period generate constructor, it'll do that for you. You don't have to actually build a constructor by hand. Okay. Mr. Hayes just joined the stream. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all. Okay. Hi, Greg. Nice to meet you. um, and then because this is just okay, we have this guy. Okay, great. But I want my code, when it gets deployed in the environment that I'm deploying the code in, to do the exact same thing, to build the database and whatnot. So that's why we're going to go here and say it's this.database.migrate. This will basically deploy the exact same code, like generate the database tables and the database, whatever you build as database tables, it will do that in every environment you have to deploy it to. If you don't put that line in here upon construction of your storage broker, none of your changes will actually migrate. I can tell you that right now. Okay, so that's the point of that line. This line here is just a private class member that we're going to use later to set up, the database. Okay, let's go here and say, well, where do you want to build your database? If you do override and then on configuring the database like that, watch this guy. I'm going to go here and say, let me first fix the name because the generated name is still not good. DB context options builder. Just give it a proper name like normal human beings. And then I'm going to take this guy and do this. Look, DB context option builder dot use SQL. So that's me wanting to use a SQL server. But which SQL server? I need to know which SQL server I need to talk to. So here's your connection string. Watch this. this dot configure. Remember that configuration guy, and then get connection string. That's it. Done. You don't have to do anything else. Take that connection string, throw it right here, and everything is just good and dandy. Let's see why this guy is complaining. This dot configuration. What is it saying? It's saying the does not contain a definition of a. Yes, you do. I just need to say default connection. I think default connection. That's it. Okay, so what is this default connection? Always pass in the input parameters. So the name, default connection. So when the database, when your storage broker is starting, it will go pick up the migration files, which we're gonna make one right now. And then we're gonna build a database table that correspond to this guy. Okay, as easy, clear as mud, right? Use SQL Server. There's all kinds of different servers that you can do. I think the Entity Framework now talks to Postgres. It talks to Oracle, as far as I remember. It talks to all kinds of different technologies, but we're using plain old SQL because it's simple and easy. Okay, so default connection. Where is it getting that default connection from? I'll show you. You don't have it here by default, and my usual trick was to basically, I'll tell you my new trick, my old trick and new trick. My old trick was to basically go and say add and then new item and then go find generically all kinds of different files that I could possibly install in a project. Let's just see if that's still a thing. So general, right? And we used to have the JSON file, and there's an app settings specifically, app settings like that. Here, an app settings file. And if I click the app settings file, it usually would come out with a default connection string, but it's not happening anymore for some reason. So now what's my new move? What's the new thing that I do? If I do alt /, it will pop up AI for me, and I'll say generate default connection string for me here. Enter. That's the new thing. Welcome to 2025. Everything is AI based now. There you go. So the old way, new way. If you go to older videos, you will see that. You will see that I just create a new file like that, and then it will do it for me. It connects to local host, and then it just runs. But we're in new times now. These are new times, so we have to go with the times, right? So in here, this guy actually went above and beyond because it's adding more details than what you would need. Usually it's just kind of just connected a database on the local host, right? And my database would be ARK001. That would basically be my database, and then everything will just work once you build the model and all that kind of fun stuff. I don't trust it though. That's how old school I am. I don't trust this thing. I'm gonna have to go to one of the really old projects that we had before and actually check check what we used to do, because I'm pretty sure something doesn't look normal about it. That's all I'm saying. That's that's how old I am. I'm basically looking at this, be like, is it really correct? See, it's not quite right. This is what we used to do. Here it is. It's connection strings and then default connection. It did most of it right, but actually it's more like this. I'm going to steal this from OTriplet. See, if you build your projects very carefully and nicely, you can use your code forever. Like, always build your code in a way that you can always go back to it. So the missing piece is that local DB, Microsoft SQL local DB thing. Right? I don't know. Maybe the new code that was generated would also work. I don't know. But this one does. That's all I know for now. So this is a default connection. It's coming from connection strings. So there's connection strings, and it has within it default connection. So look, if you go to storage broker, get connection string with its name, which is the default connection. How beautiful is that? That's pretty cool. You can also use these configurations to map it into a strongly typed model. Some people do that, and I do that myself when things get a little bit more detailed. Like, you can go here and say configuration, and then you basically want to map it. What was the mapping thing? Get value like this, and you put my model, my configuration model in here, right? And then you just point it to where you want it to look, or just simply the entire app settings.json file, and it will know what to do with it. Okay. But nonetheless, this is all what we need for now. Okay, great. So I built that storage broker. Look, I'm going to also partialize this guy because what I really actually want to build is a database table that has this ARK in it. It has this ARK in it. Greg says various versions on your system with local DB where the old way is better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The old way is probably better. If I was a little bit more specific with the AI prompt, maybe it would have worked better. But anyway, AI is still learning and we're learning. Everyone's learning, right? Learning is good. Let's create a new partial class for a storage broker. Look, I'm gonna break out every single model operations in its own thing, right? The one piece that I want for now, the one that matters to me the most, is the piece where I just want to get information, like select all, right? So I'm going to create a select all method in here. Watch this here, private, right? Value task like this. And then this guy has iQueryable with the type T in it. I'm going to say select all of that type T that we're going to pass to it, where T is a class. I'm zooming in super heavy zooming in, so that's why I have to kind of go away a little bit, but hang in there, right? That's this guy. And then I'm basically returning. So out of that broker, that storage broker that I'm building, new storage broker with the configuration, I'm returning broker dot set of that type T, right? Now this guy is complaining because it's basically it's not being used. So that's one part. But also it's complaining because I'm saying a value task. If I do async like this, it will be happy. There you go. Now this is going to make people go nuts. I know that, right? Hassan, why are you making an asynchronous function when you're not actually awaiting anything? Are you crazy? Hassan, are you crazy? Are you doing this? Why would you do something like that, right? No, I'm not crazy. This is called an asynchronization abstraction. If you build your entire system on top of a thing that says, I'm going to return iQueryable like this, and then later on in the game, you decide to actually make your call asynchronous instead of synchronous, you're screwed because you're going to change a boatload of code because of that one little piece. Do you get it? But if you make it somewhere in between a value and a task, aka value task, you'll never have to change that again. Right? Remember this word, asynchronization abstraction. That's one of the good, unique, novel ideas of the standard, right? It's the idea that if we assume that everything is either a value and a task, and we're putting it somewhere here in the middle, and C# as a super powerful language is giving you the ability to go and say, maybe value, maybe task, sit me somewhere there in the middle, you'll never have to change that again. It's safe to assume that all your methods and all your integration points are asynchronous without having to lose the idea that you can also be a value. And that's what value or task, aka value task, is giving you. If you want to learn more about this, because every single piece that I'm saying here is it's actually its own video, like the integration piece, all of these things, its own, its own piece. I highly recommend that you go watch this video that I'm gonna share in the YouTube chat, and I think in the Twitch chat. This is a standard upgrade. Take that video, please, and watch it. It's gonna be super. It's gonna be super useful for you. Okay. Now, the other thing here, you will notice that when you do it like this, you're gonna get this annoying guy. Watch this. There's this annoying warning guy that will show up right now. Just give it a second. Do you see that select all? And then there's that little squiggly, why are you, that your async method is lacking await and whatnot. How do you solve that problem? That's exactly what Greg just shared in the chat. Add the warning in the project file. If I go here in my project, and I think it was no warn, and then 1993, Greg? Huh? Is that what it is? Let's go back here and see if it disappears. It's 1992, 1993, something like that. I don't remember. I need to I need to look at existing projects and see, because every project is basically a documentation. I think it was, no, 1998, CS 1998. That's what it is. CS 9. Thank you, Greg. That's what it is. I don't know where 1993 came from. This guy should disappear now. That little squiggly should go away. There you go. Okay. I know this is gonna make some people kind of scratch their heads and be like, I'm not sure about that. Trust me, enterprise level systems, this will save you months and months and maybe a year worth of work if you just assume that everything is a value task. Even internally, you're not actually awaiting it. Okay, we're done with this part. Now let's start doing the more serious stuff. I'm going to build an interface here. I'm going to call it iStorageBroker.arks, right? arks.cs. So I'm creating that, leveraging that partial class idea, and look how it nests on the right side. Look where I'm pointing. It's nesting under that storage broker. So you get to kind of see, that this is a branch off of that root file, but it's abstracted and broken down into different partial classes. So you get to kind of, for the readability. Remember, the standard is all about readability. The code is meant to be for humans to read and only by coincidence for machines to compile, right? So this is a partial, leveraging the partialization here. And then I'm basically saying my contract is iQueryable of arks. Did I make the thing all uppercase? Sure. And then select all arks async. That's the contract. Where's the model? Yeah, we're gonna struggle finding the model because of that naming convention. I knew it. I knew it was gonna be a problem. Let's make it just ark lowercase, and maybe we can find it. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's go back here. Ark. There it is. Much easier this way. Maybe that's better. Select all arks like that. There you go. So that's an interface. Now let's do the implementation of it real quick, and let's create a new pull request. See how I'm breaking one pull request at a time. StorageBroker.arks.cs. That's the concrete implementation of this. It's also a partial. Hassan, why are you building all these interfaces? Well, we need them to write proper unit tests. So hang in there. It's kind of important. Did I forget to say this guy implements the interface too? Yes, I did. So comma, storage broker. And now this guy is complaining. It should be complaining for the right reasons, which is that the implementation doesn't, the interface doesn't have all its methods implemented. So let's implement it. First, let's start with the DB set. This is your equivalent of a database. And then I'm going to say this is my database table is going to be called arks, like that. Okay. And then let's implement. So public async value task iQueryable of arks select all arks async. And that guy will just say await. See, I get to say await here. This dot select all arks. Happy, 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 happy. There you go. Okay, so I basically just implemented one method, and what this method is doing, it's basically going to return all the arks record, all these acts of random kindness methods, records from the database. But where is the database? I didn't create the database yet. That doesn't make sense, right? Let's go create the database. Here's what I'm going to do. Clear, update, add migrations, right? Right, and then add ARK model. So this will generate, remember what we did with the pipeline? This will do the exact same thing, right? I'm going to go up in here and say add migration. Watch this. Look, it's looking for a startup project. No startup projects, not anymore. We have program CS. Here you go. Look what it did. It just generated more C# code that will translate later into a database table schema. That's pretty genius, right? That's amazing. If I go and say, go ahead and update database, it's gonna just literally create that database table for me. Okay, now let's find out. Let me find out the database table for you, because let's do this. I know I lost you guys on the screen. Hang in there for a second. I'm just trying to make sure I don't have anything proprietary on the same instance that is not supposed to be shared. Hang in there. Yeah, I think that's okay. So remember how I told you Visual Studio has everything, right? So if you go into, I'm gonna pretend I didn't open that window yet. I'm gonna go back here to Visual Studio, and here's the screen. Watch this. So we just wrote C# code, right? And that C# code generated this thing, and I said, go ahead and update the database, yada, yada, right? If you go into SQL Server Object Explorer, you're gonna find this really sweet database in here called ARK-DB, just like we named it. And here's your ARK model. And if you expand that ARK model, it has columns, ID, date, act. Beautiful, beautiful. Stuff for the enterprise. You're gonna have time to write everything manually and go write a script by hand. C#. C# by hand, go ahead and run a database table. Okay, now let's commit this. I mean, we did a lot of work, right? But I don't want to commit everything. Well, I don't have an option, right? So I'll just say brokers. Usually there's like data pull request where you generate the files and whatnot, and then you actually add a method, but I guess I just did them together. So select all ARKs. Let's actually first create a new branch. Your users, Hassan, Habib, and brokers, ARKs, select all. Someone might say, Hassan, why are you creating branches since you're the only one working on this project right now? You're creating branches, you're creating pull requests. Why are you doing all that? Because the pull request history, that history is how you can learn this project. You can literally take the entire open source repo, feed it to AI, and AI will write the project again for you right in front of your eyes. And you can tell it, stop AI, I don't want to stop right there, explain this piece to me. Or you could just watch this stream like a normal person. It's up to you. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and say select all ARKs. Usually you want the app settings.development to be ignored because it has secrets and stuff like that, but we're not at this stage yet, so I think it's fine. Okay, commit all and push, create in Visual Studio. So brokers, select all ARKs, and then I'm gonna go ahead and create. And then let's go to our GitHub. Let's go to our GitHub repo here and let me show you what we just did. So here's our core API. Here you go. And then then that's where some acceptance tests will come in handy once we develop these pieces. But here's the pull request that I created, and here's select all ARKs. And let's just, it's always a good kind of habit to review your own code, because like be your own kind of judge, right? Just before someone has to look at your code, why don't you look at your own code and just kind of tell us, I try not to touch things that says auto-generated, but the things that are not auto-generated here, I found one thing right here, right? System, whatever. I will leave myself a comment, and I'm going to show you some other really cool feature in Visual Studio. Did you know that you can natively review your own code in Visual Studio? How cool is that? I'm going to show you how you do that in a second. I'm going to leave myself a comment here and say, add copyrights here. I'm just going to click single comment. Okay, so I just left myself a comment in here. If you go back to Visual Studio, watch the fireworks. If you go back to Visual Studio, you can actually review your own code, but there is some, it's still buggy. It's still not 100%, but I'll show you exactly what happens. Watch this. If I remove that local branch that I have, I'm going to completely remove it, or just simply just switch to it in here. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I have to remove it. There's no way around it. Okay, let me remove the local branch first. So let me switch back to master. and then let me remove my local branch from down here. I know you can't see it. It's just StreamYard is doing that to you, not me. So let me delete that. And then I'm gonna go to remote branches and go to this broker ARK select all. Hopefully it'll show up. I don't know. We don't know. We'll see. There it is. Do you see that little tiny um that little tiny thing at the top right that says PR3? Do you see it? You can literally click show comments on file and I can see my comments right here. Check it out. How crazy is that? And you can also comment on your own PR here again, like in that same commit, you can literally comment on that. Like you can go back here and say, got it. Thank you. It looks like I'm talking to myself, but I'm really just trying to show you how to do it. Okay. So can I modify it? Sure, I can modify it. There you go. Can I make a commit? Yes, I can. So here you go. Code rub, add copyrights. And then I'm going to just commit all and push and mark this guy as resolved. From Visual Studio. I knew that Greg would like this one. How about that, Greg? Right now you're gonna go on steroid. Now you're not gonna show anyone any mercy. Mabruk showed me that the other day, and I was like, "How does it work?" It's still a little buggy though. You see, I had to remove my local branch and actually add that guy back, which kind of sucks, right? But it is what it is. So I get to review the PR. That's pretty cool. Okay. And you can also open it in the web browser and whatnot. So let's see if the changes that I made will actually go back to GitHub and actually reflect. See, Greg, no matter what, these streams, all the knowledge will come out, and then people will share things with me and I learn too. It's pretty cool. Where's the comment that I left for myself? Did it already get resolved? I think it already got resolved because this is the latest. So changes since your last review. Yeah, I think it got resolved, which is cool. So in the pull request itself, it'll show this comment. Look, that's me responding to myself. And it'll basically show you the response and whatnot. Wonderful feature. This is like heaven. You don't have, again, back to Christian's question. I didn't have to install anything. This is all out of the box. I'm running Visual Studio Pro, so you don't have to have the enterprise or anything crazy like that. And it's already there. Okay. So this is resolved. It's usually a good idea to wait until the build is done, right? But just for the purpose of this stream, I mean, we're almost done. Let's just let it run the test and then move on. There you go. Done and done. Broker, select all ARKs, merge, done. So we built a pipeline. We may as well use it, right? We may as well go back and use these pipelines and see how things work. Okay, so it looks like we did a good portion of the architecture that we agreed on. Remember, because back to our original plan, right? Ahmed Salim is basically saying, "Oh my God!" And now Greg is saying Ahmed's in trouble now because in the open source projects, now there will be no mercy, right? Greg, you don't have to use that web view anymore. Oh my God. I have to tell you though, Greg, like the like reviewing things in Visual Studio is like 1,000 times better, and you see more problems than this really silly VS Code hack off thing that we see in the browser. So that feature, I'm glad someone could benefit from this. And again, thank you, Mabruk, for sharing your knowledge always with me and the rest of the world. Okay, cool. Remember, going back to this, we already developed the model. So that guy is green. We developed the storage broker. Have we not? We developed the storage broker and the select all. That's also green. See how I'm kind of walking you through the architecture. Now here comes the big one, that guy, the ARK service, right? So the ARK service is going to be in orange now because that's where we are, right? I don't know if any of you remember the British TV show, the Crystal Maze. That reminds me of the crystal maze. You're just moving from one area to the next and you're solving all these riddles. It's just amazing. This is a very old show. Like we're talking like probably more than 20 years, 30 years ago. So yeah, crystal maze. Good stuff. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio and let's start developing the service. Now, that's when things get very interesting because now you're building actual business logic that will kind of govern the validations and whatnot. Because this is a retrieve all kind of service, you won't find a lot of validations. It's just a service that kind of returns all the ARKs, and then you have OData query on top of it, and you can query the data and whatnot. But let's just get started here, and let's just see how we can make this work, right? So we need a service, right? We need a service. So let's go here and create a service. Oh, well, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. Don't worry about it. So let's create a new folder. Let's call it services. Okay. And under services, I'm going to go and create something called ARKs like that. And then this is our ARK service. So let's go ahead and create, let's start from the interface, ARK service. Here is the copyrights. And in the ARK service, I'm basically just creating something that returns an iQueryable of an ARK. And now it's called retrieve all ARKs async. That's all that it's doing. This is actually the best example of kind of pulling you into the world of unit testing because it's not that scary. You handle a couple of exceptions and you just move on. There's nothing you have to do here. But it's a great idea to kind of give you an introduction into this. You better listen up. You won't learn this in college. So hear me out. So ARK service in here. I'm adding copyrights. This is all going to be test driven. So bear with me. So private, read only, storage broker. Oh, wait a second. We forgot something important. In order for you to actually build a service, you need a logging broker, right? We don't have a logging broker. We need a logging broker. Let's go build a logging broker first. You need something that says, hey, something went wrong. Go to your app insights or your Sentry or whatever you're kind of gathering your stuff in and basically go build it, right? So I'm just going to create a new branch here. Users, Hassan Habib, brokers, logging broker. There you go. So here's a new branch, and then I'm going to create under the brokers. We already have the brokers. We just need the logging brokers. This is loggings like that. And then under that guy, we have an logging broker. So that's where we kind of log our errors and whatnot. And we also need, let's just put the, let's start with the actual, like for the logging broker, let's actually start with the actual implementation, like the interface, what I think the interface is supposed to look like, and then we'll move forward from there into doing the actual implementation, right? So for logging broker, we have a bunch of things: value task, log information async. You basically it basically gets worse and worse from there. Like you start from information and then warning, and then something worse is going to happen and all that. So here's log trace async, right? So that's a trace. You're sending a message. That's fine. And then value task log warning async. This thing is just doing it for me. Log error async, and then log. It's not fatal. It's critical. I don't know where Copilot stole that from, but it's definitely. And with errors, you basically are logging the entire exception, not just the. So this is an exception like that. And also the same thing with critical. Like when there is something crazy going on, you're probably looking for an exception, something that actually, in a way, the logging broker is telling you need to follow some best practices and whatnot. I think there's also, let me steal this from here, value task log debug async. So for debugging purposes, yeah, why not? Let's do that. So I added all these at once. Okay, awesome. Gregory already added the issues. So now I get to just kind of do hash and add the issues. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yeah, Greg is the best. He's just the best for our entire community. And let's create a class called logging broker in here. right? And this logging broker will inherit from iLogging broker. Great, okay. Why are they all abstract? Well, we're not going to have this conversation again. We already had this conversation, right? And I am injecting the logger, which is basically comes out of the box. So private read-only iLogger like that. And this guy has your logging broker. And this is your logger like that. Okay, let's start a big war with everyone watching, right? You'll see some people with the private class members, they do that little thing, underscore like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's inherited from the early 2000. What people used to do before the word this was introduced, they would say this underscore logger because there was no this. So they had to do this underscore logger, right? But now C# has the word this. So people, instead of thinking that this is a replacement for the period, so instead of saying this dot, they actually took it as part of it, and then everyone is building it this way. And then I have people saying, well, I saw Microsoft code and it has the underscore. Well, who do you think works at Microsoft? People like you, right? They get also influenced by the same cultural engineering culture stuff that you're influenced with. So that's how private class member is how we're doing it. And then we're going to add a constructor in here. And the constructor has the logger in it like that. And we're just gonna, the rest of it is just as is. This dot logger dot log critical, and then you have the exception dot message, and then the exception itself. I know some people will be very furious about that statement, but it's okay. You trust me, it's good. Async. We need to do asyncs. So here's a nice trick for everyone. If you want to add async before the value task for each and every one of those, are you just going to go to each and every one and do that? That just doesn't make any sense. If you simply just highlight this guy and do Alt Shift period, it will select all the similar ones. And now you can just control all of them at once. You like that trick? Do we do it again? Let's do it one more time for people watching, right? Just because, right? So I'm going to highlight value task, Alt Shift period. It will find all the similar ones, and then you just do async all at the same time. And now you're done. Now you're a pro, right? But don't do it in front of like someone who just joined your team and just graduated out of college. Don't try to make them, don't scare them, right? You're doing it to kind of help them, but don't show off, right? Don't take that knowledge to kind of be arrogant. Use it to help people, okay? So logger dot debug, and debug has a message. Are you happy? Yes, I am. Same thing. This dot log error, and then that guy takes the whole exception as is, which is fantastic. I wonder why it's sad about that. Oh, wait, no, this dot logger dot log exception. I was wondering why it's just taking this exception. This guy take exception dot message, and then it take the exception itself. There you go. And then the same thing with this guy, information, this dot logger dot log information message. That's fine. And then also the trace. Same thing with the trace, this dot logger dot trace. There you go. And then the last thing is the warning, this dot logger log warning. Let me tell you something that's bothering me. A code drop if someone is interested. It didn't honor the exact same kind of criticality order that I had it in the interface. I don't know why it did that, honestly. It should have been information, trace, debug, warning, error critical. Let me tell you why it did it this way. It's trying to order it. I think it's ordering it alphabetically. So you see C, D, and then E, and then I, T, and W. I don't like that part. I want it to honor the order that I selected in the interface. If you want to, you know what would be nice if Visual Studio would just let me kind of create an issue in here. Can I? Commit or stash? No, it wouldn't let me create an issue for me. It would be nice though. It would be nice. Ideas for Syed Hashimi, if you're interested, the PM for the principal manager PM for Visual Studio team. Okay, code drop, if someone wants to kind of pick up that quick one, no, very, very low impact on other builds, so it's not going to break anything if you do it, but I would be very grateful. Is that enough? Not really, because we want to basically go and say web application.services.add logging. I think something like that. And then web application builder.services.add add transient, right? And then iLogging broker and logging broker, something like that. I'm actually surprised that, Greg, this is for you specifically as you're watching. I'm actually surprised it didn't error out with the storage broker. Have you noticed? That's kind of weird. I would have expected it to kind of complain, right? But it didn't. Storage broker, DB context, and then down here I can basically go and say a web application builder.services.add transient. What is this transient stuff? This stuff basically tells you every request will have a new instance of this method or class. There's add transient, there's add scoped, and then there's add singleton. Add scoped is basically at the user level. So as long as the user is connected to the API and at the session level, then it's not going to initiate a new service. So it's going to keep that context for you, right? Add singleton is for the entire application. As long as your application is running, it will not initiate except for one instance. We go with add transient because I want to play in the form of like unit of work kind of thing. And I don't want this to be, I don't want this to be problematic. You know, I want every user to have the full user experience. It's a little bit heavier in terms of memory and resources, but I think the ARK project can afford that. Greg already created the code drop kind of task, which is awesome. Thank you, sir. Thank you for doing that. I think that's all we need for that logging broker. Let's go ahead and say brokers, add logging broker. Usually in a bigger project, I would tell people one method per PR, but you know, we're in a stream. I want everyone to kind of get the idea without having to wait too long. So here's all the logging broker, and then I'm going to show you why we need that logging broker in a second. Okay, logging broker is done. Let's go and review that PR and get it merged. I'm just gonna do a quick run in here just for the purpose of time. I want people to kind of get ahead, and this logging broker thing, I don't want you to slow it down. So I'm just gonna do the build locally and merge over here so I can push forward and go to the main task. What was our main task? Our main task was basically to build a service that will retrieve all the acts of random kindness, which is fantastic. So let's go back to the service mode. New folder, services. I kept, by the way, Visual Studio will keep the folders. Even if you delete them from Visual Studio, the folder is still there. I wonder if it would show in the folder view so we can actually delete the folder. Let's find out. Like just because you deleted a folder in Visual Studio doesn't mean that it actually disappeared from your disk. Nuh-uh. There, look, it kept everything. So let me actually delete the actual folder. Fantastic. Let's go back here. Here's the ARK project, creating a new folder. Services. Under services, there's foundations. Under foundations, there's ARKs. Under ARKs, there's this ARK service. So let's do it. Interface. ARK service. That's the interface where we started. I know I did that already, but you know, life, right? Value task, queryable, ARK, select all ARKs async. Okay, now let's create the actual concrete, but we're gonna actually test drive this. This is where things get super fun and amazing. So this is ARK service. Here you go. What does the ARK service rely on? Well, it relies on the iStorage broker, which we have built together. And it also relies on the logging broker. So that's your logging broker. I want to create a constructor. If you do control period, generate, boom, you have your thing going on. I'm trying to stay away from touching the mouse so you you actually have the full experience, but whatever is faster for you. ARK service right here, it will say, hey, not implemented. Now, this is the implementation. Like, it's very easy and very tempting to just go up in here and say return, return await this dot storage broker dot select all arcs async, and we're done. The project is done. Right, Greg? What do you think? Should we just do that and go home? What's the problem with that? Let me tell you what the problem is with that. It's not test driven. It's not test driven, which means that anyone can just literally go up in here and say, let's put a forever for loop for you, and let's destroy your memory, and nothing will break because you didn't build unit tests to support that. By the way, for those wondering, this is a legitimate C# code. That for loop will run forever, right? It's as good as saying while true and just put it in there. That's the equivalent of that. Some old school stuff, right? Yeah, and like Greg is saying, that's putting the cart before the horse. Exactly. Thank you. I like that, right? It doesn't make sense. You have to test drive things. So how do I test drive this thing? Let's test drive this thing. In order for us to test drive it, we're going to go to our unit tests project. We're going to create a new folder, the same folder structure as the service. So we're creating services, plural. And then under services, I'm going to create another folder called foundations. And then under that, I'm going to create another folder called arcs. And then we're going to create our first initial root class file for the ARK project, which is ARK service tests. Okay, we're making progress. We're going to start setting up the unit tests for the ARKs project. This guy can be public partial because you want your system to discover it. And then we need to install a mocking library along with a bunch of other things. And I'll show you what these other things are. You're going to find it interesting. We want fluent assertions. I'm going to add a whole bunch of things, right? So hang in there. Fluent assertions will verify that something is equivalent at a deep level. Like when you're comparing student to student, this will actually dig into the properties and the values, which is amazing. Let's install the mock library for mocking dependencies. Let's install, what else we need? We need the object filler. This object filler will randomize the data that's coming to you so nobody can just hack. I see a lot of unit tests where the data is hard-coded. Please don't do that because you're testing behaviors. You're not testing against specific sets of data. So your input output should be randomized, right? It will help you discover issues in your code, and it helped us a lot over the years. Is there something else I'm missing? I don't think so. I think that's pretty much it. Let's start building our mocks, right? So let's mock our dependency. Private read-only mock storage broker. Storage broker. Here's another fun one. Your storage broker is not discoverable. I could go and add a project reference in here from the API. Let's see if we'll find it. It shouldn't. I don't want it to. So this guy here basically discovered it. And that might be okay in an API project, but if you're building a library, you want everything to be private, because if you give your SDK or your .NET library to someone and they're using it and your interfaces and your methods are publicly available, they can mess around with your system. They can literally bypass your foundation services and call your broker directly. So how do you do that? How do we fix the problem of not allowing anyone, like assume that this ARK.core API is an SDK. It's not really a RESTful API. And this SDK or RESTful API, you're going to just hand it over to people. They're going to download it through NuGet.org or whatever, Artifactory, wherever, and they're going to start using it. How do you hide your stuff? How do you hide your stuff? We talked about this piece. This guy is supposed to be internal like that. And so is its dependencies, internal. Let me show you some really cool stuff. Internal. And so is its dependencies. Everything related to it should be internal. All of that should be internal. You shouldn't allow anything that's beyond your exposure layer to not be internal, maybe except for your models, because that's the contract that you're working with. Unless you want the model to be hidden too, then that's a different story. So that's all internal. Okay, fine, great. Do I do the same thing here? Probably. I should probably make this internal. I should, again, you don't need to do this in an API project, but because the purpose of this project is to teach you things, this is important. Now hear me out. If I make these internal, what this means, it means that this unit test is not going to be able to see it. I'll show you. Storage broker, like that. Let's try to build. Look what it says. You can't see the pop-up, but it basically says iStorage broker is inaccessible due to its protection level. You can't access it. You don't even see it. You can't play around with it. How do we make people, how do we make these projects see each other? What do you think, Greg? Is there a trick? There's a trick. There got to be a trick, right? The trick here is to basically convince, like tell your API that this unit test project is a friend of yours. I really mean it. This came from C++. You're basically saying, hey, you're friends. You should play nice with each other. Okay, how do we do that? You go up there and you type in this piece. Watch this, item group. And then you're gonna go and say internals visible to. And then include, and then you put in your project. What is it called? ARK.core.api.tests.units. See what I just did? That's one part. What's the other part? I want to make it accessible also to the mock library, because the mock library is another external library. It's its own dependency and it's not visible to it. This is a little hacky, but it works, right? You basically go here and say dynamic proxy assembly, whatever the mock library is doing. Some internal thing. So let's go back to this test. And now guess what? Now it's accessible. So even though it's internal, you could modify your CS proj in a way that would make the non-accessible accessible. Okay, if you want to learn more about this, again, every single thing I'm saying here has its own video, right? I really mean this. But if you really want to learn more about this, why don't you watch my video that's called Assemblies as Friends? Assemblies as Friends. I'm dropping it here in the YouTube and Twitch stream. Go check it out. I promise you it's very useful. Peace. Okay. Let's move forward. What else do I want to mock? Private read-only mock logging broker. So I logging broker. So I mocked my logging broker, and then the service itself, which is ARK service. That's what I'm going to be testing, right? ARK service like that. Let's create a constructor. Let's initialize our storage broker. So new mock iStorage broker. Here we go. This dot logging broker equal new mock logging broker. There you go. And then the last thing is to basically, this is something called dependency injection. You're basically mocking your dependencies before you inject them into your service, so you can control them and actually test the actual logic of the service without actually calling the database. Like, I don't want to call the database. This is a unit test, not an acceptance or integration test. Okay. I deserve an Asai Morango after this session. Let's see if we can get that one delivered. So ARK service equals new ARK service. And then I want to add in storage broker. This dot, oh, big mistake I made. By the way, if you do Alt Shift and scroll down, you can actually select two lines at the same time. Remember to call these things mock. So you know that it's a mock. It's not the actual thing, right? Unfortunately, selecting multiple lines, I'll show you a trick. Now I'll show off. I told you not to show off, but now I'll show off. If I go here and select broker, just the word broker, I don't think that'll work either. Hold on. Yeah, it won't work. Never mind. I'll just do mock in here. Oh, see, tried to show off and I wasted time. Now I'm just doing it super old school. Here we go. Mock. Okay. Now this guy has a belly. Let's break this guy a little bit. Has multiple lines and stepping out of the line and Yeah, see this dot storage broker mock like that. And here's another one, logging broker, this dot logging broker mock. And I think you need that object in here because how this library works. We should totally build our own unit test library, mocking library. Okay, so I mock the dependencies that were passed into that particular service. Shift Alt semicolon, Shift Alt semicolon. Ooh, Greg going to town. Okay, I love it. Thank you. Okay, so we did the dependencies. That's great. Let's go ahead and create like a random list of arcs. I wonder who taught me that. So, how do I mock the how do I mock a list of things coming from the database? Because I don't want to hard code database records coming back to me from an actual database. It's a mocking library, right? We're mocking this. So I'm going to go here and say private, right? Filler, that's an object filler that will have that little arc guy in it, right? And say create arc filler. Okay, and that guy will require a little bit more configuration because I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't understand date time offset. Like it's not in its dictionary. Like the dude that built this library and then moved on his life and never updated it again, didn't really, but he was smart enough to basically go and say, if there's a type that I'm not aware of, go ahead and do this thing. So date time offset like that, right? Because it actually doesn't matter that date time offset, I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not going to try to generate a value for it. I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to return a filler in here. Okay, so that's one part. I also want a method, so private int generate get random number, and that guy will be like int range. This is all coming from these libraries that I installed. Start from 2 and end up with 10, which is like 9. That's min, that's max, and then get value. So this is going to give me a random number of arcs, right? Random number of arcs, right? The last thing I want to do is to basically go here and say, hey, I'm going to give you an iQueryable, private iQueryable of arcs like this, create random arcs. And what this guy is going to do is going to say create arc filler dot create, right? And in that create, you can say count. I can say get random number and then ask queryable. I guess I needed a scope for this one because we went over one line. Here you go. Return, just like that. There you go. So what this guy is going to do is going to generate a bunch of random arcs for me, bunch of random records. And then we're going to use that in our test in a second. Okay, so public partial class, let's create another one. Copy, paste, watch the naming convention, Logic dot retrieve all. So we're partializing again, but this time we're basically partializing on whether something, are we doing validations? Are we doing exception handling? What are we doing, right? What are we really handling here? Let's write our first test, fact, in here. Public async task should retrieve all arcs, async. That's a unit test. Okay, let's see what that unit test looks like. Given, when, then. Some people say assert, arrange. What is it? Arrange, act, assert. See, I can't, it just doesn't, it's not there. Given, when, then is so much better from my perspective, but I don't have a hard feeling against assert, act, arrange, or anything like that. But I think this is better. This is more aligned with the business language. You know, given that a user walked into a store, when they order tea, then they should receive tea within 10 minutes or something like that. It's a much more aligned with the business language. Okay, let's create a bunch of random arcs. So arc, random arcs, create random arcs. There you go. iQueryable of arc, retrieved, actually selected because of the language, selected arcs. So that's your random arcs, like there. And then iQueryable arc expected ARKs. So these are random ARKs again, but it's for a different purpose. A question someone might have, which I've been asked like a million times, Hassan, why are you defining the same thing over and over and over? We changed the name to match the context that you're working with, right? Like when you're setting up the mock, then what you're getting back is the selected ARKs. But when you're doing comparisons, it's the expected versus actual ARKs. So you have to be careful. It's easy, a couple of lines of code that you're adding, but readability is to the roof. Readability here is to the roof, and I think you should consider doing something like that. Is this enough? No, that's not enough, because anyone could monkey with the data that's coming back from the database. So you want to lock it. You want to lock it in memory. You want to say dereference and lock it in memory, and don't allow anyone to change your data. Thanks to Naveen and Sherry from a long time ago, that kind of brought this up to my attention. So we're going to have to install a new library here called Deep Clone, Deep Cloner. Deep Cloner, here you go. What this deep clone library dereferences your objects, right? I think it works great when you basically are working with models that are dereferenced, but value types versus types, if you dereference like that, that's much better, and it doesn't allow anyone to modify the object. So I'm just going to go ahead and say deep clone like that. So now nobody can just go in your method and change the actual values that are coming from the database, because your unit test won't catch it, but now it will, because you locked this in memory. Like you basically completely dereferenced these values, and they have to be exact same values without particular reference. Okay, storage broker mock. Let's set up our mock. Set up. What are we setting? We're setting the broker.select all arks async, right? And that guy returns asynchronously the selected ARKs. Okay, so this is a unit test that we're setting, and the mock will return this particular value. Great. Now, iQueryable, again, ARK. Watch this, actual ARK. So that's what's actually coming from your service. So you're basically verifying that your service is calling. Where's the method? Retrieve. Did I forget to add the method? Oh, I called it select. Shame on me. Retrieve like that. So retrieve all ARK. See, the language is very important, because otherwise, how do you know? How do you know what you're doing is right? Why is this guy complaining? ARK service, it's saying, oh, because this guy is public internal, right? That's why. Yeah, that's right. That's fine. Here, internal. Okay, let's go back here. Retrieve all. Retrieve all ARKs async. Okay, why is this guy complaining? Because it's supposed to await, and now it's better. Now let's say actual ARKs should be equivalent to expected ARKs. See the language? It's the same thing, but in here you said selected ARKs because that's where it's coming from, and here it's expected ARKs. Someone might say, why don't you just put expected ARKs in here? Well, there's no guarantee you're not going to modify that code like in a processing service and whatnot. So not everything that you're returning is actually the equivalent of your expected. So keep the language kind of dereferenced as well. The language itself is important. And then I want to verify that I made only one call to the storage broker, because someone could put it on a for loop. You don't know that, right? Verify broker.select has been called times that once. There you go. Someone also might say, Hassan, what's up with all the tabs? Well, I put these tabs here. It's a concept that I call beautification through uglification. Like, this is beautiful as long as it's short like that. If someone keeps adding like this, I want the code to get worse and worse over time. So, maybe I'm doing too much. Maybe I'm chaining too much, and I need to kind of, break my code up a little bit. So I'm doing that on purpose as well as part of the standard. What else do I want to do? I want to verify that no other dependency have been called throughout the process of that happy path. So look what I'm doing. This.storage broker, verify no other calls have happened to this particular method or others, but also the other dependency is the logging broker. I call it VNO, verify no other calls has happened throughout the process. Okay. Now we just run the test. Because unit test works failing test and then succeeding test, this is literally by the book. You fail and then you pass and then you refactor. Usually our code is pretty clean, so we wouldn't need to refactor or anything like that, but that's how this process is going to go. So I'm going to go here and say run, and this guy should fail, and watch how I'm going to commit that message. It's going to, the message commit itself says, I have actually written a test first, I have committed to its failure, and then I'm going to make it pass. There you go. So that guy failed. Why did this guy fail? You want to make sure it fails for the right reasons. It says system not implemented exception. So it's not an error in memory or an error in the dependency or invalid reference or anything like that. It's actually a legitimate error that happened. Okay. Now watch this. I didn't create a new branch for this. Let's create a new branch. So users, Hassan, Habib / foundations, arcs, retrieve all. Here you go. Continue to check out. Watch the commit message. Watch this. I'm going to copy this test name. I'm going to do a thin arrow. And I'm going to say fail. So I'm a purist. Like the standard approach is a purist approach, meaning that you commit literally for every failing test that you do. So you commit for a failing test, and then you commit when that test passes. So when you look at the commit history, you can see that this software was actually truly test driven, because the commit history of this PR started with a failing test, and then it passed, and then another failing test, and then it passed. Especially if you're pair programming, it kind of helps a lot see all the people who contributed to a particular PR in terms of performance and evaluation and all that Git file stuff that we've talked about in the past. Okay, I have a failing test. Let's make that test pass, right? So I'm going to go to implementation, the easiest thing in the world, right? So I'm going to go here and say, await this dot storage broker dot select all arcs async. And now that test should pass. So if I go here and say run, watch this. This guy should go green. It's green. Fail, pass, fail, pass, fail, pass. Truly test-driven development. Truly test-driven development. It's a little bit of work, but it makes you a better engineer, I promise you. So here we go. So that's pass. If you look now at the commit history of our work, you can see I had a failing test first, and then I had a passing test. Fail, pass, fail, pass, fail, pass, just like that. Is this the end of it? That's all I need to do? What do you think, Greg? That's the end of it? We don't have to do anything else? We just kind of wrote one test, and the test passed, and everything now is good and dandy, right? Like there's nothing else I need to do because we handled all the issues. What do you think about that? Right? You might think, yeah, that's the unit test. It's very easy and simple, and I handled the happy path, and there's nothing more I need to do here. That's actually not true, right? Because as a software engineer, you always want to think about not just the happy path, but you also have to think about all the other scenarios that could happen when you are communicating and how you're going to handle these issues, right? How you're going to handle these particular issues. What are the issues? Well, what if your database is gone, like completely out of touch, out of connection, right? Is it possible? Does it happen? Yeah, it happens all the time. What if your database is inaccessible? What if your database is experiencing an outage? So many different things. How will your code handle and understand how to handle situations like these? Let's see. Greg says exceptions, validations, and way more. That's exactly what it is. So we need to handle exceptions, right? We need to go into the models area here, and under arcs, I'm going to create a new folder called exceptions. That's where it gets interesting. The first exception, I want to take care of something called ARK, failed ARK storage exception. Failed ARK storage exception. Like that. What is this failed ARK storage exception? Well, it's an exception that's tailored specifically to the model that you're working with. And it literally says, hey, I can't connect to storage for whatever reason. We'll have it inherit from a library called exceptions with the X. This library is going to help us a lot, and I'm going to show you why it's very helpful for us in so many different ways in a second. So let's find exceptions with the X. Camo. Here's the exceptions. It has what? It has almost 500,000 downloads. It must be an important library. I think it's an important library. I don't know. If all these people are downloading it, it must be super important. Okay, this is the exceptions library. And what I want to do with this exceptions library is to basically handle that situation with the storage exception. So going back in here, here's my exception library, right? And I'm going to go here and say, just give me a CTOR like this. This guy will take in, we can give it a message. We can give it a lot of things. Yeah, let's give it a message. And we can give it the inner exception itself, or we can just give it the exception. Yeah, let's do that. Inner exception. So this guy will take the entity framework exception that was thrown and turn it into something else, something that's more readable, right? Something that you can work with. Base, and this is a message, and this is the inner exception. There you go. I used to just kind of literally just put the message itself and just basically say the exception has the message has the exception, and let's move on, call it a day. But I don't do that anymore. I'm going to build another exception in here, right? And that exception is called the ARK dependency exception. And the dependency exception is basically a wrapper. So there is an inner exception that talks about the specific issue, and there is a bigger exception that's a category. And this category exception kind of tells the service that is feeding off of your service whether to dig deeper or just move forward, like pass it forward. You will hear a lot of people, just for everyone to understand this piece, because this is important. You will hear a lot of people go and say, well, why don't we just handle all the exceptions at the controller level or in a middleware, right? That in the enterprise world is a problem, because sometimes within your services, you want to determine within your service whether you want to do a rollback, whether you want to do a retry, whether you want to do another call to kind of a caching service or whatever the case may be. Tons of different things that you can think of. Okay. All right. Let's do this. So ARK dependency exception, it's the same thing. It's the same idea, right? So ARK dependency exception, I'm going to go and just kind of inherit from exception library like this. But now we are too deep. That's a category. So I'm going to do controller like this. It's going to take, again, a string, a message, and an exception with the X exception. That's your inner exception, because you're not supposed to be handling external or local exceptions at this point, and then it's the same thing, done and done. Okay, and I have just been informed that it has been brought to my attention just right now that we need to really be careful with fluent assertions, because starting from version 8, it's no longer free. It needs a commercial license. So you can't just use it anymore. So let's go and make sure that fluent assertion is still at version 7. Fluent assertions. See, I went to 8. I want to stay at 7 too. Here we go. Yeah, they changed changed the license and whatnot. Even though this is like an open source nonprofit project, I don't know, like I don't know what their license is and whatnot. And everyone watching, please be careful. Be very careful when you're using libraries that you don't know what the license of it is. Like, just again, just kind of taking a quick note here. A lot a lot of, like in the open source community specifically, a lot of projects, they start free, they start open source, they start under MIT or whatever, GNU license or whatever, and they say, hey, use it however you want. Go ahead, use it for the enterprise. Go ahead, use it for your personal use, open source, proprietary project, whatever. And then the library gets popular. And then suddenly the person, they call it pulling the rug, right, from under people, like basically go and say, stop right there. Moving forward, you're going to have to pay me money for this library. Let me tell you why that's a problem. Because when you flip the switch like that, you're basically putting the engineers between a rock and a hard place. Like how you basically created the adaptations. Okay, so there's tons and tons, millions of lines of code that are already built on top of your library. Great. So changing all that code will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? The alternative is that they have to pay a license, and that license may or may not be part of that team's budget for this year. So now they're stuck with your old version if you allow them to do so, and your old version may have vulnerability and security issues and whatnot, or they have to move forward with your new version and kind of find a way, maybe let someone go from their job, literally just kind of fire someone because we can't afford the license and we need to fix that problem. I don't know, whatever decision the business have to make to kind of afford your library. And some people might say, oh, it's just $100, it's just $500, it's just $30. You don't know what kind of business you're impacting with this, right? This is a real problem that is happening in the open source community. How did we combat that problem as a standard community? We basically created a new kind of license called the standard software license, right? The standard software license is basically says once this project is under the standard license and it's free from day one, it'll always be free, as in free tea and free speech. You can't pull the rug, right? So this is forward licensing. You're basically saying you cannot charge people money for this forever, no matter what. Once you licensed it, and it's always going to be that case. You can't change that. Okay, so I'll drop in the YouTube stream here a link, and I will update the description for this later. But the standard software license here's a link for the standard software license, and huge thanks again to Greg for kind of helping us all out with adding the proper language and whatnot. You have to honor other people's decisions, but there also has to be alternatives, and this standard software license is how we solve that problem. Okay, we diverged a little bit. Let's go back to business, right? So I want to handle exceptions, right? So I built these two exceptions in here, and I'm going to go into the service. I'm going to partialize my ARK service class, and then I'm going to create a new partial piece of it that's called ARK service.exceptions. Watch the fireworks. Okay, ARK service.exceptions. Why is that? What's the point of it? This ARK service.exceptions, it's going to kind of help you figure out how to like it kind of encapsulates and takes on this. It's like taking someone on the side and having a conversation with them, right? You don't want to cause pollution on your core business logic and the main logic that you're working with exception handling and validation and whatnot. You want to put that stuff on the side, and you want to keep the engineer eye focused on the main thing, which is the business logic. What is this method doing specifically, right? And that's what this guy is going to be doing. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go into this exceptions piece. We're going to go and do this. Private delegate, right? And then value task, creable of arks, right? And then I'm going to say returning arks function. Okay, and then I'm going to go and create private async value task, queryable of arks, try catch. We might need to think about making this try catch async because it's technically asynchronous. I think Krista and I had this conversation a long time ago. We'll see. Maybe we can make it work. We'll see. Okay, and then let's do try catch. And what this guy is doing is that's going to await whatever that returning ARKs function is. It's a little bit of fireworks that we're doing here. And then I'm handling the SQL exception. That SQL exception is coming from where? From your Entity Framework library, right? It's basically saying the database is on fire. How are you going to handle this situation, right? SQL exception like this, right? And then I'm not going to type anything in here because I need to actually write a failing test first. I'm just showing you how this is going to look like, right? So this is what this guy is doing, right? Why is this guy freaking out? Because private member not access instance data and can be marked static. Let's fix it. Did we actually make them static? I don't think we should. Throw SQL exception. Is it because ARK itself is a non-private? Let's do a peek. Let me show you the peek piece. The peek piece of this is really cool. Does it still exist though? So the definition peek, yeah, peek definition. If I make this internal, so you don't have to actually go to the whole file, you could just do that. No, I don't think that's the problem. No, that's not it. Let me read the message again and see. This guy is saying, member try catch does not access instance data and can be marked. That's fine, but the error is not all code paths return a value. That's what it is, because there's a finally and catch all at the very end, and that's why this guy is kind of tripping this way. That's why, like, if I go here, no, it doesn't need to be public. If I just say return null like this, it'll be quiet. Look, Greg, that's the problem with it. That's why, right? Anyway, I'll build that guy a little bit later. Don't worry about that guy yet. Let's just go back here into our my code here, and let's create a new file, and that file only just handles exceptions. Like this test here now is going to just handle exceptions. That's all it's going to do. So exceptions.retrieval right there on the right. And let's do this. Let's write a scenario in here. Should throw dependency exception on retrieve if dependency failure occurred, and log it async. I know, super long, but actually it's a lot less than 120 characters. Let's go over here. It's 109. So this is not a bad name. It's not. Given, when, then, like that. And then I'm going to create some exception. Here's another fun part for everyone. How do you even create that SQL exception? It's a concrete class, right? How do you go about creating that guy? For a while there, it kind of broke. Like the idea of initializing a SQL exception broke because the method or the interface or whatever that just didn't work with it anymore. And then we discovered I had to dig a little bit deeper to find actually how the SQL exception gets initiated. You're not gonna like this. It's gonna look a little bit weird, but it works. Private SQL exception, right? And then create SQL exception like that. So that's my SQL exception right here. And then what you're basically saying is that you're saying runtime helpers. You're really digging into the actual runtime helpers, and then you basically say get uninitialized option. That's a class that you can't actually initialize. It's literally a it's literally an abstract class. You're not supposed to be able to initialize this, but we did. We did because we can, right? So we went in here. That's a SQL exception, right? That's SQL exception right here, and then create SQL exception. Great. And now the inner exception, which is basically failed ARK storage exception. Failed ARK, so new failed ARK storage exception equal, and that guy will need a message. So the message here is failed failed ARK storage error occurred. right? Contact support, because the user can actually do anything about that, right? And then the exception itself, which is exception, inner exception. That's your SQL exception. So we initialize the uninitializable. That's how stubborn we are, right? And then there is the ARK dependency exception. So that's expected ARK dependency exception. And then you're basically saying ARK dependency exception. It's going to take a message as well. ARK dependency error occurred, contact support, like that. And then here's my inner exception. And that's the failed ARK exception. Okay. Now let's fake an injury, right? Let's go here into our storage mock broker, storage mock, and let's say setup. I want that storage broker to actually fail, like pretend it failed, right? So on the call of the select all ARK async, it should throw asynchronously what? SQL exception, like that. All right. I did build an expected ARK dependency exception. Oh, one little detail. If the right type is clear, you don't have to initialize. You don't have to mention it on the left side. So var like that, and then the right side is clear. All good. Okay, now we have ARK dependency exception. That's the actual ARK dependency exception. This is the actual. And then in here, you're basically saying await assert throws async ARK dependency exception, like that. And you're throwing inside that guy the actual method call. So where's the method call? The method call is right here. So this is the value task iQueryable of ARK, right? Retrieve all ARKs task, this dot service, retrieve all ARK task, like that. And then I'm going to take this call right here and put it right here as task, I think, something like that. Okay, so I created the error. I created the localized version of that exception. I created the public or categorical version of that exception. And then here's my storage broker, throws async. And then I'm making the call. And then I'm basically extracting that actual exception that came out of that method. Now what? Now we go and say actual exception should be equivalent. This is where Christo's awesome work with the exception library comes into play, because that should be equivalent to, it's not actually coming from the Fluent assertion library, right? This is coming from the exception assertions. It's a static extension method, right? And that's your expected ARK dependency exception. This dot logging, this dot storage broker. You want to verify now your calls. Broker dot select all async. And then you want to verify that this was called once. So this is times once, like that. And then the same thing with the logging broker. So this is that logging broker mock verify broker dot log critical, because that's a critical error. Like if you can't connect to the database, this is not like one user issue or a memory issue or a service issue. That's something horrible has happened, right? That's where you go and say log critical, and then you say here it is same exception as, watch this, because you can't actually compare it like with mock library. It's not that straightforward. You have to kind of, it's a reference thing, you know, that you have to do. So it's not that as straightforward as you think it may be, right? How do we do that same exception as that we do? I'll show you. You'll go down here and basically say private static expression, and then func like that, and then exception with the X, and then Boolean, same exception as, and then again, Christo comes here and basically say, well, you know, I actually verified that here, exception, this is expected exception, basically. And you're basically going here and saying actual exception like that. And then this actual exception, same exception as, see, it's built in. He basically, just the amazing work that people put into place to make programming easy and simple for the rest of us, you know, to work with it. It's amazing work. Now, why this guy's angry? Because it needs to close this piece. That's it. Again, you know, when you work with a community of people and you see the, you know, you see people kind of like while you're writing the code, I'm thinking about all the people that I've met. Remember, the standard is an accumulation of engineering experience from everywhere, right? And this is this is what this is. This is, I'm thinking about the people that kind of helped us entirely, myself and the entire community get there. Christo, Greg, he's with us in the chat, and everybody I've met so far. Mabruk, everybody. Okay, same exception as, and this is the, you're passing in here the expected ARK dependency exception. Okay. Alexandro, hello. Hi, Alexandro. And then just kind of catching up on the chat. Glad to see you coding live again. Yep, of course. I'm glad to be coding live again for a higher purpose. What else do we need to do? We need to verify the VNOs, right? So you type mock storage broker VNO, verify no other calls. Nobody's using my dependencies to do anything shady with my code. And that's a full test. That's a full unit test for you. Okay, Control KE, clean things up, and let's run this test and let's see what happens. We're almost done. We're almost done with the service. We still have the controller. And then we'll be done. I think we're approaching the 3-hour mark here. Greg, are you tired yet? Are you still there? Did you fall asleep? Okay, so let's see what this is saying. It's saying I expected, this is the right error, right? Nope, no Copilot, no toasters. I mean, you know, Alexandro, I used Copilot earlier and it failed me. I don't know if you were with us in the beginning, but I used Copilot to generate the app settings configuration, and it just failed miserably. It just didn't give me what I wanted. Okay, Greg is still with us. That's good. Fantastic. If you look at the error that comes out, and I don't think you can see it here, but I'm going to run that .NET test for you just so you see. .NET test, you'll see the actual error. It's really important. Like, it's when you hand over a failing test to someone you're pairing with, you want to make sure that the test that fails is failing for the right reasons, because it could be failing for the wrong reasons, right? Look, it says here, I expected you to give me an ARK dependency exception, and what you actually gave me is a SQL exception. That means that this is okay, top of the line unit test method, because it's basically saying I threw the right exception. Because there is no handling to that exception, this thing blew up, right? Then it didn't work, right? Fantastic. Let's go to the commit history, put that over here and just say fail like that. And let's make it pass. How are we going to make it pass, Greg? How are we going to do it? Let's go to the ARK service exception. Let's go here. Let's see. Let's do this. So I wanna handle the exception. So remember that little try catch that we built. We said a returning function, whatever, and we have this delegate, and it's supposed to handle the SQL exception. And what we basically said back then, right, is basically go and say to convert that into. So this is failed ARK storage exception. So this is new failed ARK storage exception like that. And that guy takes a message, sure. So that's SQL exception dot message, and also takes the SQL exception itself. Okay. And then I'm going to go here and say the await throw and log dependency exception. Right. And I'm passing in that failed ARK exception in there. Okay. I'm going to go down here and say private async value task, the throw and log dependency exception. It takes an exception just to make sure you're passing the right type. You're not misusing this. And here's an exception for you. And in here, I'm basically saying var ARK dependency exception equal new ARK dependency exception. And that guy will take that exception that I just had, and I say inner message, and then exception again, which is the actual thing. I don't know. Yeah, that should be okay. What did Greg say? We need to catch that exception and throw the proper localized exception and categorize it in the try catch. That's right. That's what I'm trying to do. Catch and yeah, that's right. Correct. And then that logging broker and then log critical async. That's the exception I'm trying to throw, and that's your ARK dependency exception. Okay, so that's throw on log dependency exception. So far, so good. And I think I can await this guy, and I just can go and say throw on log dependency exception. That's correct. The only thing that's left for me to do here is to basically go and say, by the way, Greg, I don't remember having to do that return null thing. Something changed. I don't know. So let's do this. So this is try catch like that. Look, I'm going to add this try catch in here, right? And then I'm going to go and say, here's a function within that try catch that does that little number for me. Return like that. Look. So I'm wrapping my try catch in this thing, right? Let me bring try catch down by 1 and do async. And let's take that async guy out. There you go. Does this work? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's do it. Let's see if that works. Run. Did it work? Oh, we broke more things. Let's see what happened here. So the new error here is, yeah, it's definitely something Greg has been telling me about, but I'm not paying attention to. Oh, I didn't return actually. Silly Hassan. There you go. That's why. And this guy should say throw, right? Throw await. Can you do that? Or just await and it will be basically throw by itself. I also remember we probably, let's see here. We probably don't need to do, because we've gone through multiple permutations of this. I don't think we probably need to do that part with, you still have to await it as far as I remember. Yeah, it's throw await. I'm right. Throw await, right? Now, why this guy's complaining? It's basically saying, oh yeah, because yeah, throw and create. Yeah, that's right. So this is your ARK dependency exception like that. Throw and create and log, not throw and create. Create and log. There you go. Create and log dependency, and I'm basically returning that guy at the end. Return ARK dependency exception. There you go. That's right. Now it makes sense, Greg. We figured it out. So now let's see this. If I run this right now, this should pass. Everything should go green. At least one of them. Okay, the should retrieve passed, but this guy didn't pass. Let's find out why. It says expected exception message to be ARK dependency error occurred, contact support. Because I didn't specify the message. Did I not specify the message here? So this is the, I put my own message. I put the message in here. This should be the same message as ARK dependency error occurred, contact support. That's why. And the same thing goes with this guy here. So this is the message. This is failed ARK storage error occurred, contact support. That's right. There you go. Like that. So now if I go back here, see, that's the beauty of unit tests that show you, doesn't matter how long you've been writing software. Unit test will find something that you weren't paying attention to. There you go. That guy, now this guy is passing and happy. Okay, is that the end of it? I don't think so. I think there's more that we can do here, right? So this is a pass. There's one more exception that we have to handle here, which is basically the service exception, the generic exception that could happen, right? We need to write another exception in here, but let's just build the models for it yet. So this here, I'm going to create ARK. We're going to go through this quick. ARK service failed ARK service exception. That's one. And then the other one is is ARK service exception, like that. And we're gonna fill them with stuff. Don't worry. It's very similar to the other two, except that this one has just slightly a different language. So the failed storage exception is this guy. I'm gonna pick up this guy. I'm gonna go, actually, I can pick up all this and basically go to the failed ARK service exception and basically say this whole guy like that. The only difference here is the name. Done. Right? That's one. See, I tried to be fast and it fired back. Hold on. This is like this. This is like this. Be happy, please. Yeah, there you go. And then also the service exception, just the same as the dependency. I can just take all this and put it right here. Right? And I can just do this. I'm going to get it right the first time this time. Yeah, there you go. Much, much happier. Okay, so now I'm gonna go and write a test, another test. Funny enough, the test that I'm gonna be writing is also kind of similar to this one, with a little bit of slight language change and a slight code change as well. Should throw service exception. If you do Control Alt Shift, it will select only one word. One word. Should throw service exception if service failure occurred and log it async. Instead of creating this big exception with the SQL, we're just going to create a normal exception. So this is service exception, and that's just a new exception. It doesn't matter really what it is. And we basically want to say failed ARK service exception, change that everywhere, and service exception. Does it make sense to change everywhere where it says storage to service? I think so. Failed ARK service exception right here. Here you go. Service, like that. And then the same thing in here. Failed ARK service. Like that. ARK service exception. Service exception. And then the same thing here. What we're throwing is the service exception. Everything else should technically be the same, I think. Everything else. Service. And this is service as well. I probably could have done this like in a minute with some of the keyboard tricks that I can use, but yeah, you have to do this with me now. All right. Let's take a look at this. Should throw service exception on retrieve if service failure occurred and log it async. Good. Failed ARK service error occurred. Contact support. ARK service error occurred. Contact support. Great. And then the rest of this, the language, the naming convention at the variable level, all of this is beautiful, just beautiful. Okay, now let's run this and see what happens. This is the last one for the service. We're not done with the controllers yet. Is the error that's coming out right? Yeah, it is coming out right. You can't see it, but it's the exact same thing that I did with the dependency. Now let's go back to the service exception and do something very, very similar to this one. So I'm gonna go here and pick up this guy. I'm gonna throw it here and call this a service. This time I'm gonna do it right. Look, I'm just gonna say service like that. And it's just gonna work, right? Except for this guy. This guy has to go like that. And it's also not logging a critical, you're logging an error. Let me go back to my test and fix that part, because service error is not actually a critical. It could be just a simple, just a server blip. It's very hard to tell, but more commonly, it's a service issue than anything else. More commonly, but not always. Okay. We need to handle the exception. So another catch like this, another catch block like this, except that we're handling a service exception. So that's an exception, and this is my exception here. Need to pull the reference for this guy, failed ARK service exception, and the same thing in here. And this is a service error occurred, contact support. And lastly, create and log service exception. Create and log service exception right here. And because this is asynchronous, we should probably say async. Probably. Let's say async because of the logging broker. Okay. That looks about right. Let's run our test and see if that works. So I'm going to go into the tests here. I'm going to run all my tests. And it passed. Just like that. ARK services on retrieve service exception. There you go. That's the test that we just kind of took care of, and that's a pass. Done. Is there anything left? The service is complete. Yes, it is. But remember to always register your service. So web application builder dot services dot add transient, and then ARK service and ARK service, and try to kind of stay in the chronological order. If you do Alt up and down, it'll move things for you. See how it's moving the line for me? Let's move it like this. Always rely on your keyboard to kind of make fast changes. You're much faster on the keyboard. I think we're done. I think the service is done, but we still need to build an API controller, so don't get too excited yet. One more. Okay, let's create this configs register ARK service. Here we go. And let's create a pull request. So what's the pull request is going to be called? It's going to be called foundations retrieve all ARKs. I wonder if Greg created one for this one. Let's see. See? Oh, he really did. Thank you, Greg. So foundations ARK retrieve all. If I say closes #6 like this, it basically found the issue that I need to close, which is wonderful. It's just beautiful. It's just a beautiful team in general. Okay, let's go and share the screen and look at this build. So share screen, foundations. Here's my guy. Now look at this beauty. If you look at the commit history tells you this actually was test driven because you started from a fail and then pass, and then you failed again, and then you passed again. If you click on that commit, it has nothing but a test. Look, just a test and a bunch of models, but really just a test. Look, how pretty is that, right? The same thing here. Fail. Yep, I initialized my service. I put in my service throw not implemented exception right here, and I really just wrote a test. That's some clean code that, trust me, if no matter how big your team is, this is huge help. This would help you tremendously manage large groups of engineers, work with large groups of engineers in larger projects. Okay, so the build of this kicked off. This is gonna, of course, take forever because now that our NuGet packages have increased significantly since we wrote this, and probably it's gonna increase a little bit more in the next few minutes. Now the restore is gonna be so much slower, right? Remember that tab thing going back and forth? I don't know why the restore process in GitHub is super slow like this. but it is what it is, right? I'm not going to have you sit here and wait for it for sure, right? I'm just going to merge this because like we just built and ran this thing locally. And because I can, I'm going to merge it, but please don't do that. Don't do that when you're working in teams. In fact, actually, that should be not allowed in general. No Name is saying, what do you think about implementing exception filter using exception filter for exception handling? You could, you mean putting it as at the middleware layer? The problem with it is that you don't get to make decisions at the service layer. I'll explain that to you in a second. Like, look at this. That's the problem with why you have to handle exceptions at the service layer and moving onwards, right? The if you listen to me very well to this one, because this one will kind of change how you think about exceptions. If you have a dependency like this is my dependency, right? And you have a service setting up in here, and this service is calling this dependency. This is probably 99% of the people out there, how they're handling exceptions. There's problems with the way we handle exceptions in the .NET community, and I'll tell you why. Usually, some other services are in between, and then you have your controller, right? So this is your service, this is your broker, and your broker is throwing exceptions, and you're saying, oh, not let that middleware that sits all the way up here, even before the controller, that's middleware, handle and filter these exceptions. So if an exception came all the way out here, that middleware will catch it before it goes out to the customer and basically return error code or whatever. Here's the problem with that. If that exception happens in here, listen very well. This exception is happening in here, and you let it propagate all the way up here, right? If you want to make a decision at this service layer to go into a fallback scenario or whatever, you can't do that at the middleware layer. It becomes super hard, and your code becomes extremely convoluted, and you can't test drive it anymore. Like, you want your service to catch that exception and go down here and do something else. You don't want it to propagate all the way up here. That's the problem. That's why we handle at the service layer, right? Because if you want to make that decision, what if you receive that exception, you want to retry? What if you want to roll back and call something else? You can't, because it's already outside of the scope of your service. It's over. It's gone. That's the problem, right? So in order for this to happen, the exception handling has to happen right here. This whole middleware thing is super dangerous because you can't test drive it. You don't know which service is going to throw what exactly. And even worse, you don't know, like, if you lose control, you lose power. Your service is not idempotent and it's not isolated anymore. Your service now is incomplete without other things. So if I want to pluck out that service and it has certain exceptions that it cares about and put it in another microservice as a module, it doesn't work because the service is scattered all over the place. It's scattered all over the place. So that's the theory behind that. It's a little bit more work. It's quite a bit of work, but it certainly is worth the time and effort that you would put into it to make things work. Okay, so let's go back to the PR that we created. Did the build actually pass on this thing? I think so. I think the build actually passed on this thing. Let me kind of prove it to you. Here's our ARKs API, closed pull requests, retrieve all ARKs, and it's green. It's happy. No problem. View details, build, go to the build. I don't know how long that sucker took, but it took some time. Look, it took a minute, about a minute and 0 seconds. So a minute, right? We'll just be sitting here looking at each other for a minute. That's a problem. What did Alexandra says? Says in Azure DevOps, I have a pipeline for building a reactor of 30 minutes. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a problem. That's just impeding productivity, isn't it, Alexandra? It's a problem, right? I don't know how to solve that problem yet. I don't have answers. I wonder if one option we could think about is to basically go and say, I can't help myself, not solution, because obviously we're engineers, right? We always have the solution for things, even if it's the wrong time to solution, is to if the engineers already built and ran this thing on their local machine, why can't you just do an attestation? Like you're basically telling the pipeline, don't build again. I already built on my local machine and it passed. Just let it go to main. But of course, the counter argument to this would be what? Right? What if your machine has some configuration and have something special on it that makes the code run that is not available in the isolated Azure agent instance? Right? So that's your classic, it works on my machine. You know how software engineers, when you tell them, hey, there's a bug in the system, I don't know, it works on my machine, right? I don't know. Would this attestation be enough? I'm not sure. I guess a scenario like this would work really well with the idea of basically going and saying, if all the engineers are working through a particular VM and that VM gets recycled overnight, like as soon as you're done with your work, you have to do a last day protocol and push all your work, because the next day you come to work, everything on that VM will be wiped out. And you're going to have to pull the code into a VS, pre-installed VS, everything pre-installed. But the only thing that you have to do is just pull the code again, right, to start working on that project again. I think that would be okay. I think that would work in that scenario. But how many engineers out there would be okay with a VM that gets completely wiped out and they start over on the development machine the next day? That would be the problem. But that's how I would solve that problem at the enterprise level. That's how I would solve that little problem. Good thoughts, though. All good thoughts. Okay, what's next? We need a controller. Let's go back to our map. Where was our map? Our map is, there he is. Greg,
Hey, what's up?
you made it. How long
Can you
have you
hear me?
been waiting? I'm sorry, I got caught up in my mind in the
No,
whole
not long.
pipeline and
A few minutes.
just a few minutes. It's
Yeah.
happy to hear your voice. Happy to see you again. Okay, where were we? I was gonna about to build a controller, Greg. What do you think? We should build a controller.
Yep.
Alexander says maybe we need a pipeline for storing in Docker, maybe. Maybe. I mean, if you solve this problem, Alexandro, if we can solve this problem, we would be saving enterprise is and business and open source projects tons of not just time, but money, because you're running the same build locally once and then you want it to run in the pipeline again. That just seems to me like a waste, right? If it builds on the local machine, why are we building it again? But again, you have to make sure that this local machine is standardized. Like there's no added things, no crazy environment variables set up somewhere or something crazy like that. That would be a bad idea. Okay, Greg, I'm about to build a controller. What do you think? Let's go do that.
Build it.
Build it. So I'm so excited about this project, man. I'm just so happy that I get to kind of jump back at the keyboard and just kind of build something that's hopefully it's a good intention. It's a good intention out there. Okay, so I'm gonna mark this as completed. I'm very happy and proud to say that this is done. Now comes the controller, the ARKs controller, right? And the ARKs controller is where oh my God, what is that? So the ARKs controller is where we basically want to develop an endpoint, and that endpoint will basically give us that feedback, give us that data. Go ahead and give me these ARKs, retrieve all these ARKs from the database. So let's go and do that fun stuff. Let's go into Window, Visual Studio. Let's go to master branch or main branch. Let's go to and pull latest, synchronize. I was just telling myself I need an Asai Morango coming to me immediately. I'm
What's
hitting
that?
our.
What
Have you?
it, what it, what is that? Tea?
It's not. It's a smoothie.
A
It's a
smoothie.
smoothie
Okay.
basically, but
Where
it's
do you get
very
it?
useful for the brain. It tastes good, but it's also very useful for the brain. Just telling you.
Where do you get it?
From there's this chain of like cafeterias. They're kind of local to Washington, right? They're called Kitanda. It's very good. It's a Brazilian kind of cafeterias. It's really good. I love
Uh,
it. Okay, Greg, controllers. Let's go to town. Let's create a new branch. Users. Oh, all uppercase. Users Hassan, Habib, controllers,
yeah.
arcs.
I don't have them. the project's all set up, so
That's fine.
I'm
You're fine.
I'm just a commentator here.
Yep. I that's all. That's what I wanted you to do. Just come in and let's powwow while we're building this thing. Let's see how we. You're fine. So okay, ARK's controller. I was trying not to create issues in the project because I don't want anyone to touch it yet. I want this phase 0 to be completely live streamed,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So people
yep,
get that foundation, and then we can basically worry later about, how we're gonna do things. I think we started to test drive controllers. I
yep.
think that's our new trend,
Yeah,
right?
that's part of what, 2.11?
That's right. That's 211. We started
Yep,
to test drive controllers.
yep. If
So
you
we're gonna
test
show.
it, yep. If you test drive a controller, you're now in standard 2.11.
That's right. You're on the latest one, right? That's the latest and greatest. I have actually a couple of more updates that I need to talk to you about, but we'll get to that part, right? So, okay, so you have a dependency. What's our dependency? Your controller or exposure layer can only have one and only one dependency, which is the ARK service. Let's just hope it doesn't freak out about that internal external thing. It should be fine. I think it'll be fine. If your controller has more than one dependency, you're probably doing something wrong, so don't do that. What happened? Let's see, control period, generate constructor. There you go. So that's my ARK service. And the endpoint that we're creating is basically just the get all endpoint. Okay, so basically HTTP get, and I'm gonna go and say public async action result like that. And this action result will have an iQueryable of ARK. I think we need a value task somewhere, Greg. That's what I think. So ARK and then get all ARKs async. See, the language is different like
I
that.
think you have. I think you have to value test the action result.
You have to, right? So value
Yeah.
task. There you go. Okay. What do you think, Greg? Do we just throw not implemented exception? I don't think that's the right one to do with controllers, right? With
No.
controllers, there's a special one for it. Return. No, we don't have to do return because I fat arrowed this guy, but it's basically not implemented or method not implemented or something like that. Oh, I forgot. I need RESTful sense, man. I forgot RESTful sense. I need to bring the RESTful controller. That's what. So here we go. RESTful sense. How many downloads RESTful sense got? Another 500,000. I guess that's where my million downloads are coming from. Half of them are with exception, and the other one is with RESTful sense, and that's it. Call it a day. We're done. If you're building a Blazor Maui application, you're gonna need the WebAssembly version of it. So huge thanks to Brian Parker for building that. I wouldn't have thought of that in a million years, right? Because these things are running on the WebAssembly version of Blazor, right? But not implemented, right? I can't find it. What is it called? Not no content. Oh, I need to first inherit the RESTful controller. And then there is not implemented. There you go. There you go. Right? And then I can just say endpoint not implemented or something like that. That's the equivalent. That's broker language for not implemented exception, basically. That's the equivalent of that. Now, why is this guy not happy? ARK service, because it's not being used, right? We just really just initialized it, but it's not being used. Okay. Now let's write a unit test for this. So I'm going to go down here and say controller add, and then here is controllers. And under controllers, I'm basically doing this ARKs controllers. And then I'm going to go down here and say ARKs controller tests, just like that. So we're test driving our API endpoint controllers. Okay, great. How are we going to do that, Greg? We forgot to do a unit test for home, so maybe just another code rub for people to. What do you think? Maybe, right? In the ARKs controller, I'm gonna go and say RESTful controller as well. So that's in in that guy itself, the RESTful controller. Just a warning for everyone to understand. Be careful of dependencies that are not like you saw just right now. I didn't install a NuGet package for RESTful since. So how did my unit test knew about that? Because of the other project, right? The other project is carrying, they used to call it back in the day DLL hell, because you're adding a bunch of projects together, and sometimes these projects are carrying the same NuGet package with different versions, and they're fighting with each other. And one project says, I don't work with this version, and the other project says, no, I only work with the other version, and then we'll come to the crazy, right? DLL hell, right?
Yeah,
Now,
now they're
yeah.
using those build files to contain everything in.
Do you remember what was it called? The local folder on your machine that had all the DLLs. It had a name for it. What was it called? I can't remember. It's that's back in the COM object days, if you
Oh,
remember.
yeah, yeah.
And there was this folder that, see, that's gonna bother me. What was the name of the folder that had all DLLs back in the day, early .NET? See what AI says. It's like an assembly something. What was it called? Framework assembly GAC. Do you remember GAC?
Yep,
Global
yep,
Assembly Cache.
yep.
That guy. GAC. Yeah. Yeah, that guy. So okay, let's go back to this test. So obviously I have a dependency which is the mock of ARK service. So this is ARK service mock. That's my dependency. And then there's the actual controller, right? So this is my ARK's controller.
Stepping out for a minute, Hassan.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you, Greg. And then let's initialize this guy. So this is that my ARK service mock equals new mock of ARK service, right? ARK service. And then the controller, right? So this is my ARK's controller equals new ARK's controller. And that guy will take the ARK service as a dependency. This the ARK service mock.object. Very similar thing that we did at the service layer, we're going to do in here. Very, very similar thing. Remember this whole, let's generate a random thing that we need to return, because we haven't really done any modifications there. I think we need some of that code, and it's good to copy it, because you don't want to create common libraries. You don't want to do any of that stuff. You want to really actually genuinely separate the code from each other, if it means you're going to have to copy and pasta some of that stuff. I think that's totally acceptable. I don't need the SQL exception in here, so this is fine. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to need the same exception as either, but that's fine. Spark of Shark says, do you want to expose the DB set ARK in the storage broker? Do I want to? Probably not. But if I make it private, is the entity framework going to freak out? Do you know? If I make it private, I mean, the whole thing is an API, right? And it's not like an SDK that someone's going to have access to it. And even if it's public, the class itself, the interface and the concrete class itself is internal, right? But probably not. I don't know. Tell me, what do you think? Spark of Shark. Okay, let's go back to this controller here, and let's basically create, let's make sure it's partialized, so it's internal partial like that. And then let's create a copy of this sucker here, and let's do the logic part. So here, this guy, and then logic. Watch this, because that's the new stuff. Logic get all, right? And this guy is gonna be, I don't know. I have to test it. Yeah, let me know. Test that. Not exposing it. I agree with you. I'm just afraid, because I've always done it in a particular way. I must have tried it at least once, but if I haven't, I'm happy to learn. Spark of Shark, I'd really appreciate it if you can kind of tell us what to do there. Okay, let's do this. I want to basically test drive this thing. I want to make sure that when an exception happens, whatever that exception may be, like when I do a get all, I want to actually get all, like return everything that came from my method. So public async task should return okay, right? With all arcs async. given, when, then super fast, super straightforward, iQueryable ARK. This is my so it's random arcs, and then create random arcs. There you go. Acts of random kindness. And then iQueryable again is ARK. Why is this guy not playing along? Come on. There you go. Random arcs. And then I want the retrieved arcs. So this is random arcs again here. And then iQueryable ARK expected arcs. I think I don't have to, probably I don't have to say, well, I still need the deep clone, so I probably should do that. Fine, let's do it this way. And then retrieved arcs, deep clone. There you go. We're starting to have a belly here, so let's break these apart. There you go. Take this out. Let's go back here. And then here's the result. The controller doesn't just return a result, right? It's going to return a little bit more than that. The controller is going to basically return a result encapsulated in an action result. It's going to give you all the details, but it's kind of wrapped up in like a result-based thing, which is a direction that I'm seeing some people are starting to take on the view, right? Okay, let's do that. So what this guy is gonna need an OK object result here. OK object result like that, right? And that's expected. Look, expected object result, right? And then OK, and then your expected arcs right here. So that's why you expect the controller to basically return. But we're not done yet. You need to set up your mock for the service. So this dot mock service setup service, here you go, service dot retrieve all arcs async, returns async, retrieved arcs. There you go. And then I want to basically actually run the thing. So this is action result. That's what you're expecting, right? An action result of an iQueryable of arcs like that. And then this is your actual action result. So that's what actually came from that controller. Oh, arcs controller dot get all arcs async. I think we need to await that guy. Await, get that guy. Okay. Now we just need to compare them. So actual action result should be equivalent to. This comes with RESTful sense, like should be equivalent to in one shot. That's not coming from fluent assertions, just so you're aware. So we're doing something else here, and there's some magic that happened under the hood. This is expected action result, and then I just want to make sure that my ARK service mock has been called. So verify service. Did I say that service? Service.
I'm back, just to let you know.
Hello. Retrieve, and then times once. And then lastly, VNOs, right? So here's a mock, VNO, all done. Pretty, very pretty, just like that. Okay, so this should fail. Let's make sure it fails. Control RT will do that trick for you. It will run that guy. No name says, isn't Git old bad practice as you don't want to return all data? You're right. And we're going to add OData, and we're going to limit the pagination to 25. Hang in there. You're right. Absolutely right. I'm with you. Right. But also you have to think about the larger scheme of things. Like, what does this project actually, how many arcs are you going to have? It's one per day, one arc per day, right? So if it's one arc per day, you have 365 days a year, 66 if it's a leap year, right? And multiply that by like 10 years. So your database won't have more than 3,650 arcs in 10 years, right? So do you really want to put that restriction? You can put the restriction, but do you have to? What do you think about that, Greg? Right? Like, understanding the bigger picture could kind of change the technical implementation.
These are kind of all, like you say, they're foundational.
Exactly. Exactly. So you have to think about like Like, I agree with you. It's a bad practice, but you have to also think about, am I actually doing the right thing? Like, is this thing actually doing the right thing, right? Now, I want to see, this is the services. Why isn't this guy discoverable? Right? Fact should return okay with all arcs async. It's not discoverable. I'm missing one silly thing and I don't know what it is. Do you know what it is? The class is not public. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. See, if you make it public, it'll be happy. Public
Yep.
partial class. And so is this guy, has to be public. See, your brain has to still work with you.
You can
AI or no AI.
make the test private, but you can't make the class private.
Exactly. It needs to be discoverable. Okay. No name says got it. Thank you. Yes, you got it. Okay, now it's discoverable and it should fail. Let's make it fail.
Need to add the header too. That's on
The header?
up on the file, the
Oh,
class.
this?
Oh
It's
no,
there.
the screen you were just on. Was
Oh,
it
this
there?
guy?
Oh, it's there. Okay.
It's there. Yeah, it's as I don't even remember doing it.
Yeah.
It became like a muscle memory, like second habit, right?
I wish there was a way in Visual Studio you could automatically have them added as your. I mean, well,
Mm,
you can if you go in if
deep and deep.
fiddle around with the templates, but
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
every time you update Visual Studio, they get overwritten. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So look at this beauty. I think it was Christo who did that part. You guys can't see the error actually, but look at how beautiful this error is. I'm gonna do a .NET test so you just see how beautiful. Look at what Christo did with this. The error that's coming out is more than beautiful. Look at what it's saying. It's saying, I'm just looking at it and I was completely mesmerized by it. It said, I expected property root.value to be a collection, but you gave me a string. And I expected the status code to be 200, but you give me 501. Oh my God, that's poetry.
yeah,
Thank you.
he actually added some debug testing that you can actually add in uh, the the
What?
setup the setup stuff to where you can ask for what it's doing and stuff. If you look at the README on the exception, it
You did
or in
that.
his yeah, it's like crazy.
What?
I've been looking at exception because I was going to go and upgrade RESTful Sense,
Uh-huh.
but you can't upgrade exception to fluent assertions because they've removed methods.
Uh-huh.
So, it's like, okay, this has become complicated.
It became complicated. We're gonna have to
Yeah.
uncount. Oh yeah, he's no
I
Christo
I think go over to the releases, go into the releases and go to
there. Same exception is match,
no,
log
there's
broker,
another one. Let's see here.
assets.
There's
I,
one there where he explained how to do it in
it's
one of
probably the
the
PR. It's probably the PR itself.
yeah, something, yep. It's in the issue or the PR.
And you already added the standard license to it. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
added it. We were just waiting to see what you had to say about it. So,
thank you so much for doing this. Anyway, so we have a failing test, which is a good failing test. We could actually literally just go and say, here's a failing test, commit, fail. And then let's take a question. What's the question was? If you want to use AutoMapper, would you do
no.
no name? I'm not laughing at you. I just expected Greg to make at least one little sigh or an expression, and he exactly did that. If you want to use AutoMapper, would you do the mapping at the controller or the orchestration service level? None. None. Do not use AutoMapper. Do not use AutoMapper for so many reasons, right? First of all, you don't want to pull external dependencies into your core services. That's very bad. Don't do that, right? Because you don't know what this thing is doing, right? So that's like non-standard compliant. But also the second thing is AutoMapper is no longer free, right, Greg? I think
Yep,
that's
yep,
right.
yep.
AutoMapper and fast transit. There's nothing wrong with making your product not free, but at least do that from the beginning. Like, don't let people adapt it and then come back later and pull the rug from under people and say, now you got to pay me. Now that all your code base relies on my library, you're not going to get any new updates unless you pay me
Yeah.
money. I mean, it's people's libraries. People should do whatever they want with their libraries, but that's just another reason why we decided not to go, like, we decided to develop the standard software license. Yeah, by the way, I don't like to use it, but I'm a part of a team. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's the hard part. You join a team and now you're stuck with a thing that you
Yeah.
really don't like, and you start thinking, do I really care so much about it that I want to leave this entire job because of one thing? And I mean, to be honest with you, no name, the this is one of the biggest conundrums that software engineers face anywhere. You have these standards, you have these ideas that you want to build something really clean and really good, and then you realize that you are working somewhere where one thing is not going the way you want and whatnot. And I have three advices for you on this. First of all, if, like, software engineers are very high demand. So trust me, if you have this imposter syndrome that says nobody's going to take me, I need to stay on that team, trust me, that's not right. That's not true.
Yeah. Never gonna happen.
That's not, yeah, that's just crazy. And then number two, you know is it a, like, hard no for you, or is it tolerable, right? Like, is it a hard no? Like, there are things in the standard, like, do not put logic in your controller. If I join a team or an organization that put business logic in their controller, I'm out. I'm out. If I can't change it, I'm out, right? Because that's going to ruin your brain. Like, your actual craft is going to start decreasing, because the thing that you're doing 8 hours every day, right, is literally killing your integrity as a software engineer. You're doing something that you know is wrong, right? And then the last thing, which is the most important piece, right? Always think about building, like, populate your ideas, like just like what I'm doing. Write a book, talk to people, make friends, talk about what clean software actually looks like, and open yourself to the world, and be vulnerable to learn from others, no matter how much experience they have, whether it's like 60 years in the industry, or 1 year in the industry, or even 60 seconds in the industry. I promise you, this SQL exception that we handled earlier, that came from someone who just started learning programming 2 days. 2 days. And they asked me that question. They said, what happens when the database breaks? And I was like, oh my God, I don't handle that exception. That's crazy. A lot of people think like you have to be that big senior guy, right? Or a principal guy to do all these things. Not true. Not true. Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, most of these big companies were started by people in their 17 and 18 and early 20. Just remember, like, being young is not a thing, is not an excuse for you to not know, right? Go out there and learn.
Yeah, and even Microsoft itself, has, at times and currently they remove methods out of things that people have been using for many years, and
Yep.
you come along and then all of a sudden, something's not there, and you're
Yep.
jumping through hoops to get it fixed.
Exactly. Exactly. Um, okay. So it's a tough conversation. I understand this.
Yeah.
But let's see the second one. What did he say? He said, I was applying the standard on my old company when I was a leader. I joined a new bigger company and I have no say here. Yeah, very real, very real experiences. What you just talked about, you're this big guy in this one smaller company, like a big fish in a smaller bowl, and you get a say on things, and then you join this big company and you feel like you're being crushed. I call them the gold chains, right? You're working in this company that just kind of dumps hundreds of thousands of dollars on you, and you just have to sell your soul. That's all you have to do. Why are you tripping? No name, just sell your soul, right? Um,
Yeah, and I gotta wonder why you have no name.
wow, he sold everything, didn't he?
Or that bigger company just doesn't want to know who he is.
Probably,
Yeah, yeah.
probably. And then he said,
Just
I tried
just
it with.
just just joking with you, no name.
Yeah, yeah. We're yeah. No name. We're joking. Just trying to humor you. I'm glad actually. There's no name, so he doesn't get himself in trouble. That's the trick.
Yeah.
Um, back to making dbset private. I tried it with the private dbset and it worked in my test. Wonderful. So
Yep.
Greg, CodeRub, let's make dbsets privates across the board. Spark of Shark, you just upgraded all of us.
Oh, gee, Sparkle Shark.
Sparkle Shark.
We need a killer. We need a killer whale to get in here and get you.
Do you know? Do you know what's the animal that sharks fear the most? Dolphins. Dolphins are
Yeah,
so smart. They hit them from the bottom. That's their weakness, like they're like right
yeah.
under their mouths, and they just freak out. They fear dolphins the most.
And
Dolphins,
their only natural enemy is a whale or a killer whale.
killer whale. That's right.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
right. Um, Saint Han Uzun says, "Hi, what is ARK? ARK is an open source project. It stands for Acts of Random Kindness. And it's an open source project that has a mobile app and an API that will help people kind of get an idea about something kind they can do every day. That's in general what it is." Alexandru says, that is weird for me. I had freedom to new toys. For example, we are dropping Docker to Podman or any initiative is very go ahead and don't break. Only downside is a monolith. And now I got timeout SQL. Yeah, it depends on the company. Which company are you in? You know, not every big company is bad, but some big company, it depends on the org that you're in. Like I've seen things in the past where people say, oh, dependency exception is only for school. You don't need dependency exception in the real world software. BS. Don't listen to these people. That's someone who dropped the ball on themselves before everybody else a long time ago. So okay, let's make this let's make this thing pass. So the expectation here is very clear, and we already made a commit. Let's go back to the controller. We'll take more questions. Please keep them coming. I'm happy to answer people's questions. But yeah, this guy here, we want to basically go and say return okay and basic. Oh, we need to scope this one, Greg, because we're gonna have to make a
Yep.
call and whatnot. So iQueryable of ARK retrieved ARKs await this dot service retrieve ARKs async and then return okay retrieved ARKs. I feel like I misspelled it. Retrieved
Tree.
ARKs.
Yep.
Something about retrieved is not right, right? Retrieved. No, it
There's
looks right.
some. There's something it's not liking in a lot of them with the art.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, does this make it pass? Does our controller pass now? Let's find out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Here we go. It's taking a little bit longer. There we go.
Yep.
Passed.
I created the issue for it. So
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. And thank you, Sparko Shark. Sparko Shark. I love that people still kind of have like the good old school internet names, like the weirdest names ever, right?
yeah, yeah,
Because everyone now is a PR for themselves and they have to be in their legal name and they have to verify themselves and they get the check mark that says I actually show my driver's license and I am my name matches my driver.
yeah.
It's scary. It's scary. The internet
Yeah,
was like just
it's a new world. How you
it's a new world.
identify all that stuff.
It is. It is. No Name says, by the way, my name is Ahmed, and the bigger company is our competitor and merged with us because they liked our product. Yeah,
There you
so
go.
you didn't even move there. They got you.
Yep. They came after you.
They came after you. You didn't even That's like the worst case scenario, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't like you guys. My whole life, I've been building things to compete with you. But that's what happens now. Like bigger companies, that's the thing with monopoly, right? You find a competitor, any two kids in a garage building something that you know is a threat, and boom, you just get acquired just so you
Yep.
don't grow any further, right?
In
That's
some
the,
in in some ways, it kind of makes you a little more valuable. You kind of know
it
both
does.
sides of that code base. So
It really does. It really
yeah.
does. I agree with you 100%. Okay. is this the end of the road? No, not really, because a controller still have to handle a bunch of exceptions, right? And in order for it to handle a bunch of exceptions, we have to make sure that it does. So we have one more test to write, one more unit test to write for these exceptions, which is basically being able to, let me just show you first. We're going to go up in here and we're basically going to create a theory, right? A theory data. You know, here's another thanks to Shimmy who taught me to do that. You know, just people. As I'm writing code, I'm just seeing people. I see these people, Greg.
Yeah.
So
There's
static.
there's been a lot of them.
It's really been a crazy journey. Server exceptions, right? So I'm basically creating the server exceptions. And this theory data will allow you to run the same test against different parameters, but don't abuse it. Like I've seen people abusing it and adding if state. If your unit tests have an if statement in it, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
If your unit tests have an if statement, you're doing it wrong. That if statement is supposed to be another test, just a completely different test. Okay, let's just keep it there. Okay, let's create a, I don't know, string, some message, get random string. Do I even have the get random string in here? I don't. Let's create one. So here's private string get random. Well, since it's a message and we know it's always going to be used as a message, let's do it this way. String random. What was the name for the random string? It's just trying to remember.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Mnemonic. Mnemonic
Yep.
string.
There you go. Yep.
Mnemonic
I was just
string dot get value, and then I want the number of words to be more, because if it's just one word, so get random number. There you go. I know that we used to do that mnemonic string without the number of words, and we
yeah.
probably should do that, because how do you know if it's not handling? Yeah, there you go. So get random message. There you go. And then this oh, I still need to, what is it? It's returning value, some message. What are you, what is this guy tripping? Private static. Sure. See, your brain gotta keep compiling. You can't wait for an IDE to tell you what to do. That's just not how the world works, right? Okay, and then some inner exception, new exception. It doesn't matter where it is. We just want to kind of create an exception with a message. So there's some message. I don't even know if we really need that, but let's do it. New theory data exception. And then there are only two exceptions that we expect to come outside of that service. The first one, see, that's the categorical thing that we talked about, guys. ARK dependency exception. Dependency exception. Here you go. And that guy takes a message. We already created the message, some message, we don't care. And the inner exception, which is some inner exception. That's one. The other one is ARK service exception. Here's a message, some message, and then also the inner exception, which is some inner exception. So these are the two things, the two possible exceptions that could come out of this service, right? Let me say inner exception here, inner exception, like that. And that guy needs to be exception with the X, right? So there you go. Boom. See, I don't even read the code anymore. I just know your brain has to work with you, right? Where's the test? That's right, the test, right? So in the test, I need a new file like this, and this new file will handle basically the exception. So this is ARK controller tests, and then exceptions, and then get all, just like that. Okay. And then the next step is to basically go and say, well, these are my exceptions, these are my tests. I want to be able to write a unit test that is theory. So because you're passing multiple parameters now, it's not the same thing, right? And I'm going to go ahead and say member data. Be careful, you have to be public in this to kind of be able to see, for this to be able to see. So this is my public data. And then your exception is whatever exception, whatever server exception you expect to be passed in here, right? And the error here should return internal server error.
Yeah. Hey, Hassan.
Uh-huh.
Now that this comes up in
Mm.
my looking at upgrading RESTful Sense
Mm-hmm.
here a week or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
That error you have as the native error in RESTful Sense
Mm-hmm.
is no longer in the
In the
uh,
ASP.NET.
native thing. They removed it. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
no longer.
really?
Yeah. So you don't have an explicit message or an exception for it. You're using the native one. And
Ah,
I went to upgrade the Microsoft libraries that RESTful Sense is using, and
okay.
they removed that error from there. So you can't really use the native. We have to create our own local.
That's fine.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
I know. I was just bringing it to your attention.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I see what you're saying. That's fine. Their loss.
Yeah.
Where did I put my except? I put my exceptions at the service level. Sally Hassan. I'm asleep, Greg. That's what I did.
Now
So let me.
you've been on here a while.
I've been on here for 3 hours and 36 minutes.
Yep.
So this is like a full blown stream actually. Like I want to finish this project as soon as fast as possible. I want to put it out there, and I want to make sure because it's not that complicated. I'm just building a domain system, right? So domain systems. It's not like I'm building an SDK or anything, right? But I also really want to press on the idea of like, you know, like stick to the bare minimum, right? Can you actually get the bare minimum out of the way? And just like every other project you and I have done ever, we're really just honestly we're really just learning along the way. Like as soon as you stream something out there, someone like No Name, Alexandro, Spark or Shark will come out and basically say, "Hey, why are you making it public?" And they change the standard forever,
Yep. Yep.
right? That's the beauty of this, right? That's a superpower. You gotta admit that's a superpower, right? To be able to kind of connect with people like that. For those, I didn't carbon date everyone in my followers on this channel, but for those who haven't attended or haven't been around in the early days of programming, there were some really lonely programming in the early days. All you had is magazines and TV shows. You didn't even have TV shows.
Yeah.
You're just that smart guy that no one really understand what you're saying and what you're doing, and people just go to you when their printer doesn't work. That's who you
Yeah.
are.
I mean, most of the information was on a couple different internets, like Microsoft Developer Network,
That's right.
and um, maybe I think there was one other one where everything was kind of brought together.
Uh-huh.
And if you had issues with uh, your your stuff, that was the only resource you really had to go and find, other than magazines and books.
Are you talking about the MSDN? I remember
Yeah,
MSDN. Oh my
yeah,
God, Greg.
the old one. But yes, back then there was a lot of books. You know.
On exception. Async. That's right. Oh my God, you just brought me back sometime. This is
Yeah.
very interesting. Okay, so server exceptions. Let's take a couple of questions and then we'll finish that one test. Oh my God, a lot of questions, Greg. What are you doing? You should answer these people. Quick question. Doesn't the select all in the service broker create a no DB? Yes, it does. It's called unit of
Yeah.
work. And we do that intentionally because under heavy bombardment, like if you have a million requests, if you stick to the existing context, your database, you're not wrapping up, you're gonna run into this. This component is already being tracked because EF, the implementation of it is not that the best. And oh my God, I can tell you a lot of pains around this Spark of Shark. The other problem with it is that what else did we face there? Oh, you hit a SNAT exhaustion. A SNAT exhaustion is where your database basically says, I'm done with all of these connections, or your connection is eating so much of my memory, I can't handle any others. All kinds of problems. But again, you already kind of upgraded our standard just by showing up and telling us about this private thing. So maybe there's a better way. But
Yeah.
I highly.
There's all.
Mhm.
Christo's got an issue open for trying to resolve some of the broker um, missteps that are newer to the new modern stuff that just like with that, with the context. And I think there's another thing where the using statement and when does it get disposed and all that stuff.
Yep. Yep. I need to figure this out. I need to talk to Jeremy Lickness on the
Yeah,
.NET team. I don't know what happened. There was like a really dark, sad message that the manager of this team put on Twitter, and I got really worried about him. He haven't responded to my message, and it's been like a year, and I haven't heard anything from him since. And I don't think I saw him on any live stream since. And maybe that's just me being lazy, but I really need to check on him again. Something happened to the manager
wasn't
on that, huh?
wasn't he on the EF core team?
Yeah, the AF core team,
Yeah, and
but
didn't
not Jeremy, his manager, Arthur.
oh Arthur, but he left the team. I thought I read
Oh, he
here
did?
not too yeah
Ah.
not too long ago, and I think
Oh, you're
who's
not
that?
kidding. Oh, his
That
Twitter says former Microsoft co-creator of.
yeah
Oh, that's bad.
yeah, and I think who is it? Shay.
Shay, yeah, Shy, Shy, yeah, yeah.
I think he's now heading it up.
Yeah, Shy is the one hitting. Shy is good. I like Shy.
Yeah,
Shy is good. Um, yeah, he sent a message on August 12, 2023. He said, "I don't like it here anymore. So long, and thanks for all the fish." And I was like,
uh,
what the hell
that
happened?
that doesn't sound good.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Yeah, I didn't read that.
Yeah, that was a very dark message. And I reached out to him. I was like, "Hey, what's going on? Talk to me. Arthur, we talked a lot. I know you, you know me. We did a stream together and oh, he's just radio silent. Something pissed him off. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I hope he's fine though. I like Arthur. Arthur is good. Arthur is really good. But Shai is also great and Jeremy's
yeah,
great.
yeah.
Um,
They're all good. Yeah,
yeah. Okay. So Alexander says, I started on Win forums and learned SQL from old programmers, from old books, from old programmers' book. Yeah,
yeah. That
awesome.
would be me. Old.
That's how we all learned. It's how we all kind of got to it.
It's how I learned. I learned from old guys long before I was old.
That's right. That's how it worked. I worked with a bunch of people. I had this guy, for those of you who watched the Silicon Valley TV show, there was this guy called Guilfoyle, and I actually worked with someone that's just like Guilfoyle. I would joke with him, and he would say, "It's not in my job description to laugh." Like he was so method. He was just so set into getting work done, and no laugh, no joke, no social, just
Yeah,
code, right?
yeah,
Just code. That's all he knew. But I learned a lot from him. He was actually like, if you are patient through his seemingly cold character, you could get to him. He was, everyone is actually out there wants to be social. It's just how life is, right? So anyway, internal server error, I'm throwing the server exception in there. So we're basically pretending that the controller received an exception and it's handling this exception. And then we're gonna kind of pretend that our service mock dot setup service dot retrieve all arcs async that it throws async that server exception. So we're basically pretending, because it's not enough to just do the happy path. We have to pretend that something went wrong, so we don't have to find out from our customers, right? Action result, queryable, partition, the arcs, right? Arc project. Here you go, and um, actual action result. This dot controller. Do I have to await? I think I have to await. Await this dot controller. Oops, controller dot get all arcs async, like that, and then we're gonna compare the action result. So actual action result should be the whole thing equivalent to expected object result, like that. And then we want to verify that the call has happened. So that's your mock verify service retrieve all arcs async has been called times once. And then lastly, the mock verify no other calls. What do you think? Good enough? It's good to me. Let's do it. So this stream basically could have been the entire trip from here all the way to Boston. That's
Yep. Yep.
the length, just flying all the way. When I fly to Boston, the airplane passes a little bit over Canada, and I get a text message on my phone that says, "Welcome to Canada." And then after exactly 10 minutes, be like, "Goodbye."
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so did this fail for the right reasons? It looks like it basically says, you guys can see this, but if I do again, back to Christo, if I go and run the test, it'll tell you, hey, I expected certain language to show up in your error, and I'm not seeing it. There it is. So there you go. Expected exception. Um, just very high quality stuff. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
You've got a wacka joby sajaba jaba.
did you see that guy?
That's
Sa
good.
si babiba zokabugo
Yeah.
wako jabi. I'm pretty sure this means something in some other language, and you and I
Yeah.
are embarrassing ourselves right now.
Yes. It's probably not so random.
It's not so random. It's not so random. Back in the ye old days when I was working with Scala, it was built in. Like if you get really deep error, it would start saying do run 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 do run run run
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's do try catch. So here's a try, and here's a catch. We need a couple of catches, so we'll do a catch and a catch. Catch the catch. And then I'm gonna move this guy upstairs like this. And then we're gonna handle the ARK dependency exception. So that's ARK dependency exception. And that guy will basically return internal server error with the ARK dependency exception in it. I think that's how we did it. And then also the same thing here with the service exception. I'm going to tell you about a standard upgrade we're going to do in a second. Are you excited?
So we already got two now. Got
Yes.
private
The private.
DB sets.
Yeah.
Are they
Yes.
related? Are they
See,
related or?
they're not related. They're not
All right.
related. Just literally one stream. And the standard is already being upgraded because programmers will never stop wanting to make things better and simpler
Yeah.
and easier. It's
And
built in.
that's why you're saying that's why you always claim that it'll never be perfect.
It'll never be perfect. It'll always the book that's always in draft mode. It'll never be perfect. There's actually something into it. It's it's a show of humbleness. Like this industry will humble you. Like no matter how much you think you know, this industry will show you that you're still wrong, right? And there are people out there, no matter how old, how long they've been in the industry, that still know something you don't. And you have to
Oh
be
yeah.
really
Yep.
kind and put yourself out there. So they teach you these things. So speaking of standard upgrades, this is just something to think about, okay? What if the exception is none of these and something actually erroneous happened in the dependency itself? It'll throw an actual exception, like a raw generic exception. And we need to handle that. But it's just something for the team to think about. I don't like to upgrade standard without giving it enough thought. You know what I mean, Greg?
So
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 the
so
catch-all basically.
are you saying that it's something that RESTful sense will not catch?
Something that our catch blocks are not catching.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
That's just something to think about. I still need to think about it because it means a lot of things, but it
All
happened
right.
before. Like, oh, data is having problem, whatever, right? A lot of things, right?
Yeah.
Could happen,
Yep.
right? So this is done. I think the controller is done. What do you think? Should we push this up? Let's push this upstairs. Let's push it to the mainframe. So create a Visual Studio, create in Visual Studio, and then controllers. Get
Can you do reviews in Visual Studio now? Or do you still have to review them off and then you can just access the comments?
no. You can do reviews in Visual Studio. You can
Oh,
actually add comments, but the only problem is if the branch that you're reviewing is local,
Yeah.
You're gonna have to delete it for some reason. I have no idea why
Yeah.
is that.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense though.
Yeah. So Arc, so this is, I'm creating this pull request that closes this. Getting closer and closer. Almost there. Alexandra says, "Oh, data is hunted by demons." I really tried, Alexandra, but I had to leave Microsoft before I finished the project. So maybe we'll give it a restart. I have another idea actually for the .NET community. You know, something that is old school, but I'm bringing it back. Do you remember WCF, Greg? I want
Yep.
WCF for REST. WCF for RESTful communications. Okay. So
What
you're
was the
sending,
what was I can't it was web. What was
yeah.
the acronym? What the acronym stand
Oh,
for?
WCF, a Windows Communication Foundation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep. Windows Communication Foundation, WCF.net, Windows Communication Foundation. The last time this got updated is in 2023. It's becoming more and more abandoned because of the gRPC and all these different emerging
Yeah.
technologies that are basically doing the same thing. I
Yeah.
also learned about uh, what's it called? Uh, Power Buff, Protobuf. Protobuf is basically protobuf, which is basically sending raw binary over the wire instead of text, readable human text communication over the wire. But you know, it has its issues and whatnot. So anyway, look, controller. Do you know what's missing in that controller? One biggie. We should never open controllers without actually having a screenshot of that controller working, right, Greg? That's
Yep.
a like
Yep.
that's a condition, right? So
Yep.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add at least like one record on the fly. Let's add one record on the fly. Can we add one record on the fly from Visual Studio? Of course we can. I just need a GUID, right? What happens if I do like new ID like this? Does it? Ah, it's not gonna let me do it. Ah,
Yeah. Yeah. I think with some of the testing where you're interacting with the database, you kind of want to show a screenshot of
yes,
you're failing and those kind of things just to verify that what you did actually worked.
that's true.
Yep.
May 3rd, share something you've learned with people. That's one. Let me add another one. Um, 5/3/2025. Uh, tell someone thank you. Okay, a couple
Because
of
of the hey, because of the date, are we going to need the date time broker?
on the ad. Yes, on the
Yeah.
ad.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm expecting like there will be seeding and all that kind of stuff because look, in 10 years, you only need about 3,000 or something. So remember that. But yeah, I
Yeah.
want to build the rest of the APIs, but mostly just the retrieval because the retrieval is all that the mobile phone needs to hit
Oh,
an
okay.
OData query and just show one random act of kindness. It's super
Okay.
minimized scoped.
Yep.
I'm telling you, we're gonna hit the App Store and Google Store in about 3 weeks.
Yeah. I'm not
Well,
much in or got much on with the mobile development. So
I'm gonna pull you in. I have to pull
yeah.
your feet in, you know? Um, Okay, so let's do this. Uh, Sparkle Shark says, shouldn't you dispose the new storage broker and select? I'm hoping the garbage collection would take care of that, but I think sometimes we had to do it. You're right. Another very good point. Another very
Yeah.
good point.
That's what I was talking about earlier with
Yep,
the issue.
yep,
There's a
yep. We're still not out of the the trouble with the entity framework yet, Greg. That's what I know so far.
yeah. Well, I think it's just in the disposal of the context that are. I think somebody brought it up that the storage broker doesn't actually. It still has logic in it, and
Yes.
it's not actually abstract. So
Yeah, it's still sequential. That's right.
yeah,
Okay. let's submit a request and see. This guy's supposed to give me all ARK, so I'm gonna run the API. Sit as a
Oh,
startup prime. Huh?
you're using the new stuff.
You know what I did? I shared that new stuff with people earlier, and it was too early. And people were like, "Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do this?" I was like, "Oh my God, stop! Leave me alone. Stay away from me." Like the amount of people and the amount of questions that happened was astronomical. Why did this
Yeah,
guy fail though? What was the error? I didn't see it. It says some services are not to be constructed, are
some
not
service.
able to be constructed. So what am I missing? I'm missing. So I did the ARK service. I did the storage broker. I did the logging broker. Did the logging broker have the interface? Yeah, it did.
Did you
Did
mock them?
no, no, this is just me actually running the whole API, like just actually
Oh,
standing
okay,
up the API. So let's
okay.
see which service is tripping. It says ARK service. It says implementation type. A suitable constructor of type ARK service could not be located. Really? Let's see, why is that? I hope it doesn't make me do the public private thing. That would be a problem. Let's see. Controllers, services, foundations, ARK, internal partial class ARK service. Is it because this guy needs to be public? Probably. Yeah, see, one little tiny
Yeah,
thing.
the
Ha!
class the class can be internal, but the constructor can't. Yeah,
Exactly. I mean, the constructor can, but in certain cases, look at that. How beautiful is that? We
yeah,
built a whole API from the ground up,
yeah.
right?
No postman.
No postman, nothing. Tell someone thank you, share something you've learned with people. Um,
You know what? I just had a scary thought.
mm,
Now that all this stuff is kind of integrated into Visual Studio,
uh-huh,
at some point there won't be a community edition again.
probably. I
Scary
mean,
thought.
yeah, that'd be very scary. But we always have a writer to
Yeah,
fall
yeah,
back to.
yeah,
Writer just decided to be community. And even if both of these fell apart, the .NET and C# is open source. So people can literally just, let's go back to Notepad++. Let's go old
yeah,
school, right? And write C# code. Do you remember the CSC C# compiler command?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, we'll prevail. We'll survive. So oh my God, I did the screenshot. I didn't do the screenshot. I need the screenshot to add it to the PR. Otherwise, the PR shouldn't go through. Let's do this and then go back to endpoints.
I guess at some point, are you going to put Aspire in here to talk
Maybe,
between the API and the mobile app? Or
maybe. I didn't see a use for it yet, like a
yeah,
good
me
use for it,
either.
because it's Dockerizing and it feels like I don't need .NET Aspire yet. I don't need it.
Yeah,
Nope. I'm not even using Docker. I'm not using anything,
yeah,
right? 20,
yeah,
25 years. I don't have to use none of that. And when AutoMapper went like commercial, people were like, "Oh my God, what are we gonna do?" I was like, "Nothing. We're fine. As long as your C# code stays agnostic, I don't think you have a problem. I don't think you have any problem." Okay, here's a screenshot, and I'm gonna go. Usually it's a Postman screenshot, but I like to be edgy. I like to
yeah.
be.
They pulled that out of the template. So
That's right. So I'm gonna put the screenshot in here. Here we go. And I think we should be good to go, Greg, right?
yep,
So merge, done.
that doesn't actually show a result, does it?
It doesn't. It
Yeah,
doesn't. That's
that'd be
why we
nice
should
if they.
that yeah.
It'd be nice if they added that.
You mean like the status
Or
code?
yeah, like the status code
It's
returned
up there.
okay or oh,
It's up there.
okay, yeah. Yep, it is there.
It's
Yep,
there. No,
yep,
Syed took care of it. He knows.
yep.
Okay, there's a couple of things left actually, right? But we're exactly at 4 hours, so I'm gonna have to, retire. Not forever, just for this stream. The couple of things that are left are what, Greg? The integration tests and the acceptance tests,
Yep,
right?
yep, yep.
We'll
Well, we'll
definitely
do
do that in our next week stream. It's also gonna be like 4 hours, whatever. We're gonna build a mobile app together using Blazor, Maui. We're gonna build the whole thing. So next week we build the whole mobile app end to end, and then the week after we publish it. We put it on the App Store and Android Store, Google Play, and then yeah, 3 weeks. I mean 4 weeks. 1 week to tell people about it. 1 week for the API. 1 week for the mobile app, and then the week after that for publishing it and putting it out there to the world to use. And then we start
so
iterating, right? We start the
so
iteration process.
what other foundation services is it gonna need? The ad?
It needs the add because we want to be able to add new arcs, new acts of random kindness, but that data can be seeded. Like if we do it 365 times, that's good enough for the whole year. So do we actually need it? Not yet, but we will.
Uh,
We're gonna need an administration portal that's attached to ARK, right? But I want to just go live with that, just that one
okay.
line,
Yep.
right?
All right.
And
Yep.
then if people start using it, let me tell you this, if we hit 1,000 downloads, I'm going to build ARK management portal,
Okay.
okay? On the
Yeah, all
mobile
right.
app. That's
Yeah.
literally us failing fast and cheap, just putting something out there. But then again, just to be honest with you, like the project itself is iterative, like it's handing itself to us to kind of do more and upgrade more and do more. I still need to show people how to deploy this service, to deploy the service to the cloud and whatnot. See,
Yeah.
LinkedIn just told me we can't stream your stuff anymore.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, thank you
Okay.
everyone. Thank you, Greg. Thank you very,
Yep.
very much for joining me. It's been
No
such a
problem.
pleasure, and we'll talk to everyone again soon. See ya.
All right.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.